Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another edition of This Week in Wrestling. This is for the week of February 23rd, 2015. And to start off the show, I'd like to go over the Fastlane results, the results of WWE Fastlane pay-per-view, and how they matched my predictions from last week. First up, we've got the six-man tag team match with Dolph Ziggler, Eric Rowan, and Ryback versus Seth Rollins, Big Show, and Kane. The heels won, as I predicted. What I didn't predict was Randy Orton returning and attacking the Authority with RKOs out of nowhere. And I think what they're going to go with for WrestleMania is an Orton versus Rollins program, which should be pretty good. Next up, we got Goldust versus Stardust. I was wrong about my prediction because Goldust won, and it was kind of a weird roll-up spot. It looked like maybe it was a botch or something. But anyway, Goldust won. And after the match, they did some pretty good like family storyline stuff with Goldust and Dusty and Stardust or Cody. I feel like they could have done better with it. Maybe they're building towards a stronger match for WrestleMania. They're gonna build that storyline up, possibly. Next up, we had the WWE Tag Team Championship match: the Usos versus Cesaro and Tyson Kidd. I was wrong about this one, but I was happy to be wrong about this one. I got what I wanted. I thought the Usos were gonna win because the way they're booked. A lot of other people have compared them to John Cena. They're like the John Cena of the tag team division. But Cesaro and Tyson Kidd are the new tag team champions, and I'm happy about that. I really like them as a tag team. I'm going to get into that a little bit later. I like their tag team chemistry, and they have a lot of good double team maneuvers that they've been using in their matches, and they've only been tag teaming for a very short amount of time, so very impressive. I was happy that they won the tag titles. I just wish that they could get away from the total garbage storylines, the total divas nonsense that I really do not care about. But other than that, I was happy to see Cesaro and Kidd win the titles. Now, for some reason, I was under the mistaken impression that Triple H and Sting were going to have a match at Fastlane. And then when I looked at the card to do my my predictions last week's show, it wasn't on the card, and I didn't make the connection. But it was just that Triple H was calling out Sting for like a face-to-face meeting. And that's where they set up for their WrestleMania match. They did some kind of revisionist history about the end of WCW, and Triple H offered Sting like a Hall of Fame induction, and said, come on, like join the Authority. Why should we fight when you can join me? Sort of a cliche, join me and we'll rule the world sort of thing. But they ended up fighting. Sting was not agreeing to that offer. So they fought. Triple H had his sledgehammer, and Sting had his baseball bat. And they kind of fought for a bit, and Sting pointed his bat at Triple H, and then he pointed at the WrestleMania sign, and Triple H, very obviously without being on mic, accepted. Sting goes to leave, and Triple H tried to attack him, but Sting dropped him with the Scorpion Death Drop, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool to see. I think it should be a decent match at WrestleMania between these two. I definitely dig Sting from back in the day in WCW, and he was one of my favorite characters to play as in WCW NWO Revenge for the Nintendo 64. I used to dig playing as him in that game, and Triple H I'm not such a huge fan of, but I don't hate him. I personally like him best when he's with Shawn and they're doing the DX thing. Next up, we got the WWE Divas Championship. Nikki Bella versus Paige. Unfortunately, my fears were confirmed. I wanted Paige to win the title, but of course, Nikki Bella, John Cena's girlfriend, retained the title, and it wasn't. It was a roll up. It was a roll up, which was the second roll up of the night, and it was only like the third or fourth match. Yeah, there were a lot of shenanigans on WWE Fastlane, and a lot of not clean finishes. So Nikki wins with a roll up and pulling the tights, which I know, like, the obvious kind of joke is like, well, pull the tights, you get to see Paige's butt, but I didn't like it as a finish for the title match, for not only the fact that it wasn't a solid finish, it wasn't a decisive finish. Not only that, but also because Nikki Bella is still holding the WWE Divas Championship hostage, and I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. So that sucked. Next, we got the WWE Intercontinental Championship match between Bad News Barrett, or Bad News Boring, as I like to call him. Bad News Barrett and Dean Ambrose. And I kind of got what I want. Got what I said that I wanted, in the sense that the finish was a disqualification. So they're probably going to have some sort of rematch at WrestleMania. They might make it a multi-man match. They might throw in a couple other guys. Or they might just throw those guys into the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal, which I'll get to talking about that later. So they're probably going to have a rematch at WrestleMania. It was a really lame DQ finish, though. It was like Ambrose got himself disqualified for like a 5 count in the corner, like he was beating on Barrett, and the referee gave him the 5 count, and he didn't break for the 5 count, and it was a disqualification. This is a disappointing finish, in my opinion, and I thought that if it was gonna be a disqualification finish, you should have had it have been like I guess decisive isn't the right word, but a more solid DQ finish. Like if they were going to have a DQ finish, it should have been Wade Barrett, Bad News Barrett, hitting Ambrose with the title belt. Like Ambrose comes close to beating him. Barrett just barely gets away long enough to like go to the outside of the ring and grab the belt from like the ringside area by the commentary and the commentary table and the timekeeper and all that stuff, and just grabs the belt and hits him with it. That's what, in my opinion, it should have been. And then what they could have done was had a storyline where Barrett, he did that because he was so close to losing the title to Ambrose. So, he's kind of labeled a coward, and, Ambrose goes after him until finally they get put into a rematch at WrestleMania that could be like a no disqualification match or a cage match or something like that, so that Barrett can't run away this time, Barrett can't get himself disqualified this time, and have Ambrose go over with a decisive win. So they could have done that at WrestleMania. They could have set it up that way. Who knows what they're going to end up doing? I'm assuming they're going to have a rematch. Maybe Dean Ambrose wins the title. Maybe he won't. I don't know. But what's funny about this match was that after the title match was over, Ambrose stole the title belt. And honestly, it reminded me of when Dean Ambrose stole Seth Rollins' Money in the Bank briefcase for a week. And then gave it back to him. But they're going with the storyline that Dean Ambrose is carrying around the belt even though he didn't win the title. I don't suppose he could rig the title belt to explode green slime stuff into Wade Barrett's face. So I don't think it's gonna be quite the same thing. But so that was the Intercontinental Championship. And then Bray Wyatt came out. It was actually a pretty good segment because what happened was first, the Druids came out and they had that Gregorian chant music that they play. When the Undertaker's Druids come out, they had the Druids come out and they were holding the torches and everything. And then Undertaker's music hits and, a casket is wheeled out to ringside. And I'm sure a bunch of people were thinking, hey, the Undertaker's back. But then the casket opens, and Bray Wyatt sits up out of it, and he cuts a promo about the Undertaker, and basically saying that basically confirming the fact that all these promos he's been doing on Raw and SmackDown and all that, these backstage promos where he was talking very vaguely and challenging someone to find him, he was in fact talking about the Undertaker. This is definitely the WrestleMania match that I'm looking forward to the most at this point. Bray Wyatt versus the Undertaker. You know it's going to happen because they wouldn't set up the storyline if it wasn't. So I'm really excited about it. I think that Bray Wyatt versus The Undertaker is an exciting match. And now that the streak has been broken, it's anybody's game. I would say if they were going to fight at WrestleMania 30, for example, and the streak hadn't been broken, I would have had my doubts. I would have thought, Undertaker's probably going to keep the streak, and Bray Wyatt will probably lose, of course, but actually now that the streak is broken, you could potentially make it 21-2 to have the Undertaker put over the new monster heel, the new big scary sort of ominous character in WWE, and I think that would be interesting. But you could also have Undertaker redeem himself. A lot of people are speculating that this year will be Undertaker versus Bray Wyatt, and then next year it'll be Undertaker versus Sting. And that sounds good to me. And so that Sting can have 2 consecutive WrestleMania matches. So at least get those 2 WWE matches in his career, so that WWE elitists can actually acknowledge Sting, can actually, acknowledge him as being a legend because he was in WWE finally, which, man, he was WCW. If you think that Sting needed to be validated, needed to go to WWE and compete in WWE to be validated, you're an idiot. You obviously never seen WCW, because Sting, he was, they call him the icon of WCW. That's what he was. He was the icon of that company, and his transition into the Crow gimmick and feuding with the NWO was really awesome stuff. And he still like come down from the rafters like on the and at one point he even came down from a helicopter, which was badass. He would come down with the bat in his hand. He would like just be. It was amazing. And his time in TNA, a lot of people overlook that too. But anyway, so the Bray Wyatt Undertaker match has been set up for this year's WrestleMania, and it should be interesting. And like I said, I don't know who's going to win that one since the streak has been broken. So now maybe Undertaker could put someone over and possibly put Bray Wyatt over at WrestleMania, which would be interesting. Next up, we got the WWE United States Championship match. Rusev versus John Cena. I was right about this one, but I didn't exactly get what I wanted in terms of the finish, because obviously if I was booking it, I would want a clean finish just because, hey, I don't really like Cena as an entertainer. I don't think he's that entertaining. I don't think he can really cut it in the ring, and his promos, I don't like his promos either. So just based on how much I don't like Cena and how annoyed I am that he's been around for so long and that he's been in the main event title picture so many times. Like I said, if I was booking it, I would have it be a clean finish. It wasn't exactly a clean finish because Rusev got him in the camel clutch, and then Cena got out of it, and then Lana was distracting the referee, and Rusev hit a low blow, got him in the camel clutch again, and of course Cena didn't tap out because he never gives up. So they had him pass out. They had the pass out spot, which they've done before with like Jack Swagger, and I think either Mark Henry or Big Show lost like a pay-per-view match to Rusev with the camel clutch, passing out instead of tapping out, because that makes it more dramatic. But I don't know, this finish, these kinds of finishes to me always seem like they're sort of ripped off of the match with Bret Hart and Stone Cold from, I forget what WrestleMania it was. I'm going to kick myself. I can't think of specifically what WrestleMania it was, but the match between Bret Hart and Stone Cold, where Stone Cold was bleeding, and the finish was Bret Hart got him in the sharpshooter and he passed out. So that's what that reminds me of, but it's never as good in my opinion. So they did the pass out finish. But since he lost, and Cena never loses without either an excuse or having a rematch and getting his revenge, or getting his redemption, I guess you'd call it, with him being a babyface, or usually both. Of course, they're probably gonna have a rematch, and they certainly seem to be setting that up in the storyline, which I'll get to when I talk about Raw and all that. So he'll probably be busy at WrestleMania with basically an irrelevant rematch with Rusev. I mean, he's going to bury Rusev at WrestleMania, let's be honest about that, and it'll probably be the title on the line, and they can give him the U.S. title. I don't care, because the U.S. title at this point means practically nothing. I mean, they might be able to sort of make the U.S. title more relevant by giving it to Cena, since Cena is practically the be-all, end-all of the company, although they are moving away from him to Roman Reigns. But who knows? Maybe the U.S. title will be relevant after Cena has it, and whoever beats him for it might get a push. And I don't know, maybe I'll wake up tomorrow morning and have $1 million sitting at the foot of my bed. But anyway, so he'll probably have a match at WrestleMania with Rusev, a rematch where he gets to bury him and take the title off him, which is good, though. It's good news because if Cena's doing that at WrestleMania, he damn sure is not going to be in the world title picture, and he's not going to be doing anything relevant. He's not going to be burying any talent that I care about. And I know probably some people care about Rusev. Honestly, I don't see much appeal in Rusev myself, so I'm okay with Cena burying him. Honestly, the strength of Rusev is not Rusev himself. The strength of Rusev is Lana, because Lana is a damn good heel, and she cuts a promo like no one else in that company, except for maybe like Paul Heyman. As far as managers go, definitely, her and Paul Heyman cut really good promos. I guess you want to throw in Bray Wyatt and Dean Ambrose as far as good promo cutters, but the strength of Rusev is Lana, in my opinion. And if they ever break up, part ways, I don't care about Rusev, because Lana is the most entertaining part of that duo in so many ways. And then we got the main event. The main event of Fastlane was Roman Reigns versus Daniel Bryan for a shot at Brock Lesnar's WWE World Heavyweight Championship at WrestleMania. Unfortunately, I was right about this one. It was built up like a standard main event, which is to say, like, finishers were hit and kicked out of. There were plenty of near falls, plenty of false finishes. Daniel Bryan had Roman Reigns in the yes lock at one point. He gets out of it. And Daniel Bryan hit the running knee, the knee plus, I believe it's called, at least in terms of Daniel Bryan's character. I think I heard something, I guess a more technical name for it, like the Basako knee or something like that. I might have butchered the pronunciation on that, but that running knee finisher, that was at one time it was built up as the knee that beat Cena, because in that one match, I believe it was at SummerSlam, Daniel Bryan versus John Cena, and Daniel Bryan won, and then Cena came out the next night on Raw showing you his elbow and saying, "Oh, look, I lost to Daniel Bryan clean, but it was because of my elbow." Making excuses like he always does, but that's a completely different subject. So Reigns kicks out of the knee and hits him with a spear. And to be fair, Roman Reigns does a pretty good spear. I like when he does a leaping spear. He did that especially, I remember Big Show, because there was a match, I believe it was one of Daniel Bryan's matches, it might have been last week, where maybe it was a couple weeks ago, when Big Show was on the outside of the ring, and I think Daniel Bryan was having a match or something like that, and Big Show wasn't directly involved in the match, but it was heavily implied that he was there with the potential to interfere. And Roman Reigns comes down the ramp and speared Big Show, but it was like a leaping spear, and he kind of landed up higher on like near Big Show's like sternum. And that was a pretty sick spear, and he does the move pretty well. The unfortunate side is that the spear is one of the most overused moves in professional wrestling. Everyone and their mother does the spear. And it's just, The move itself is pretty overused because it's so simple. It's just a shoulder tackle. But my problem with this is that they had an opportunity to have some shenanigans in this match. They had shenanigans in practically every other match on this card. But they didn't choose to do shenanigans here because they didn't want to. And the reason they didn't want to is because they wanted to build up Roman Reigns and they wanted to alter your perceptions, because a lot of people watching the product, a lot of people are all for Daniel Bryan, completely behind him 100%, wanted him to win the Rumble, wanted him to have that great comeback story for WrestleMania. And not a lot of people were happy when he was in the Rumble and then was eliminated within like 5 minutes, it seemed, of being in the Rumble. And then, of course, Roman Reigns won. And that's why the Royal Rumble was so controversial this year, because people knew it was coming. People knew it was coming, but they wanted to hold out hope. They wanted to hold out hope that maybe WWE is going to change direction. Maybe they're going to do something different. Maybe since Daniel Bryan is back and the fans are so behind him like they have been for a long time now, a lot of people were holding out hope. Maybe what they'll do is they'll have Bryan win the Rumble and they'll hold off on Reigns for another year and give him some time to work on his skills, learn to cut a better promo, work on that moveset, get some more moves in there, get some nice power moves in there. And maybe they'll do that. They'll have Daniel Bryan get his comeback story. He'll be champion for a while, maybe until SummerSlam or something like that. And then they can have a heel champion from about SummerSlam until the next WrestleMania, and that the next WrestleMania, if they want, Reigns could be the babyface that conquers the heel the next year. But they didn't do that. They had Reigns win the Rumble. Huge controversy there because a lot of people not necessarily don't like Roman Reigns, but they don't see him as a main event guy yet. They don't see him as a top guy, and I'm in that camp because I don't think his mic skills are there. I don't think his in-ring skills are there yet. But he has potential. He can certainly look badass. He can certainly, that's the one thing he does have is the look. Unfortunately, the look, to me, doesn't amount to much because Daniel Bryan is one of my favorite wrestlers in the company right now is Daniel Bryan, and everyone says that he doesn't really have the look because he's, shorter, skinnier, and he's got the beard and the long hair, and he doesn't look like a typical big guy. And they actually got into that in a promo on Raw, which was kind of interesting. But the idea that they're going with Reigns so wholeheartedly, they're pushing him all the way, is something I disagree with, especially because they had the opportunity at a pay-per-view where practically every other match ended in some kind of shenanigans, some kind of tomfoolery, some kind of unclean finish. They had this match, this main event, end cleanly with Roman Reigns going over on Daniel Bryan. And the intention, I believe, was to silence Roman Reigns' critics, because we all know that if WWE books a guy to win a match, that automatically makes him good. Because it's a kayfabe, it's a work. So if they have him win, that automatically makes him good and silences the critics. No, Cena has won more matches than probably anyone else in professional wrestling history, and I still don't like him. And there are tons of people who still don't like him, who criticize him for his terrible promos, his ass kissing that he always does, pandering to the crowd, his limited moveset, and his very sloppy in-ring work, including calling spots so loudly that they can be heard audibly without without any audio enhancing technology, and just throwing sloppy punches. Cena still got his critics after however many times they had him go over. So having someone go over is not going to silence your critics, even if you have them beat the guy that the fans are behind. If anything, that could make it worse, and it often does. And in my mind, it kind of does, because, like I said, this show was full of not clean finishes, so they could have had a similar thing happen in the main event that would result in a triple threat match for the title at WrestleMania. Probably one of the reasons they didn't do that was because there was a triple threat for the title last year at WrestleMania, which Daniel Bryan won. So they were probably afraid that they were in danger of doing the same thing twice and people would feel like it was repetitive. But I personally would have preferred that over an obvious Reigns versus Lesnar match where they're going to try to build it up, but Reigns is definitely going over on Brock Lesnar. I cannot imagine. I cannot imagine that not being the case. Because that's the whole reason they're building up Reigns as the next top guy. And what better way to cement him as the next top guy than have him beat the monster heel? The perhaps quintessential monster heel, although there is an argument to be made that some of Brock Lesnar's recent appearances have been more babyface-ish. So, but basically the beast that beat the streak, conquered the streak of The Undertaker at WrestleMania last year, and destroyed John Cena at SummerSlam. And just this massive beast that's indomitable. Just, that's the way they're going to build up Roman Reigns. That's the way they're going to give his character credibility, is by having him beat Brock Lesnar at WrestleMania. And I don't see it going down any other way. The only thing that might change it, but they probably won't do, is Seth Rollins with that briefcase, because Seth Rollins has that Money in the Bank briefcase, but for such a majority of the time that he's had that briefcase, Brock Lesnar has been the champion, and they weren't going to have Seth Rollins go over on Brock Lesnar. So I just was frustrated with the main event of Fastlane, because it's obvious what they're doing. They're putting Reigns over Daniel Bryan, and they're trying to make the case that, yeah, the fans love this Daniel Bryan guy, but Roman Reigns beat him fair and square, so that they attempt to sway the opinions of the audience and sway your opinions and make, oh, well, maybe Roman Reigns is a good wrestler. Maybe he is. If that's your opinion, let that be your fucking opinion. Don't let WWE mess with your opinion. Don't let them tell you what to think. Don't let them tell you who to like, because it's an entertainment product. And you can like whoever you want to like. You can like all the baby faces and none of the heels. You can like all the heels and none of the baby faces. Or you can like whoever you find entertaining. And that's what I do. My opinion is an honest one. Some guys I don't like because I think they're not entertaining or not talented. And, you know, some guys I like. Some I like, some I don't like. But that's the Fastlane results. Pretty much, I think I've covered my thoughts on Fastlane. So now we start the week proper with Monday Night Raw for February the 23rd, 2015. And And as usual, the show starts with a promo. And this promo was Randy Orton coming out. And he comes out, he picks up a microphone, and he says that, oh, I don't know if you noticed, but I've been out for 4 months. And he says he's been out because of the Authority and Seth Rollins because, he went out on a curb stomp. And so he blames the Authority and Seth Rollins for that. He calls out Rollins, but instead, the Boar Authority comes out. Specifically, Triple H, Stephanie, Big Slow, and Kane. And they're all dressed very formally. The guys are wearing suits. The guys are all wearing suits, and Stephanie is wearing a dress, like an evening gown. So then Stephanie talks about Randy Orton and his dark side, his viciousness, and she cheerleads Randy chants, and they're basically out there kissing Orton's ass, trying to get him back with the Authority. And Orton's just like, he's not having it. He's like, he basically says he's gonna bash Seth Rollins. He's gonna bash Seth Rollins' brains in. And Stephanie basically tells him, she tells him, the past is in the past. Let it go. Let it go. But ironically, when she says it, just saying that sort of thing, not verbatim, but she basically says that. And when she says it, ironically, it's more annoying than that song. But anyway, she tells him to join the Authority, basically. Come back to the Authority, because he was in the Authority before he was put out of action. And Randy says, I thought this was a pretty good line. Not necessarily clever, but he says he'd rather kick some ass than kiss some ass. Probably didn't take a whole lot to come up with that line, but I thought it was fairly entertaining. And it's like, oh, they said ass in the PG era. Of course they did. But so anyway, Big Show gets on the mic and tries to get him to change his mind. And we get more "you sold out" chants, which I'm so tired of. Like, it makes the crowd seem like a bunch of sheep that will just chant that at anybody who was a babyface and then joined the Authority, with one of those dramatic heel turns, which right now is mainly Seth Rollins and Big Show. But I'm just so tired of those chants. So anyway, Stephanie starts yelling about how Orton has targeted her and her family in the past, how his aggressive side has been going after Triple H and Vince McMahon and Stephanie McMahon. You probably all remember when he punted Vince McMahon in the head after I believe Vince McMahon was in the middle of like firing him, and he just like knocked him to the ground and punted him. And I know Orton has done the Hangman's DDT off the second rope to Stephanie, and I believe he's also RKO'd her in the past. And he had more than one feud with Triple H. And so, she references all of that, and the crowd starts chanting RKO. And she's like, despite all that, despite all that, she still tries to get him to join up with the Authority again. And he just kind of stands there, and he doesn't really look all that interested. And then they go to leave. But then Orton picks up a mic and he says, all right, I'll be there. He agrees to a business meeting backstage. And the whole promo clocked in at about 14 minutes. So that's not too bad for an opening show promo. But we'll see how they sort of turn that around. That positive thing that I could say about it. But Orton was pretty good in the promo. I'm glad he's back. I feel like at times his character might be stale because they don't really do anything new with him. But he definitely is a hard worker in the ring. He can have a good match with just about anybody. And I just think he's really talented, and he's good on the mic. He really invests in his character and what he does. So I liked Orton in the promo, but the Authority is definitely worthy of being called the Bore Authority because they were boring. And next we get a match with, speaking of boring, next we get a match with Bad News Boring versus Dolph Ziggler. And Barrett comes out without the Intercontinental title belt because Dean Ambrose stole it, as I said before. He cuts a quick promo. He just grabs the mic and cuts a very quick promo calling Ambrose a thief. But before he can spend too much time talking, thankfully, he's interrupted by Dolph Ziggler's music. And then we see that R-Truth is on commentary. Not a big fan of that decision, personally. And R-Truth talks about how he beat Barrett last week. Said something about he did it without using any Booker T's moves, which is... like, that's not even accurate, because if he's talking about the axe kick, which, if I remember correctly, he went for in that match, he went for the axe kick, but it got countered. But even so, R-Truth's axe kick and Booker T's scissors kick are two different moves. They're similar, but if you really look at them side by side, they're different. So that was kind of weird, but whatever. R-Truth says he beat Barrett, so he should get a title shot. And, so that he can put his name among the names of the great Intercontinental champions of all time. I guess it's a hallway full of pictures of all the great Intercontinental champions that Dean Ambrose had referenced when he first started the storyline. So R-Truth wants to win the title too. And I mean, R-Truth's commentary was kind of annoying to me. Like, it's not like his voice is annoying. It's just that I don't personally find him all that entertaining, and they definitely haven't done much with his character in several years. It's arguable that they haven't done anything with his character since probably the most recent thing that they've really done with his character was the Little Jimmy thing, where he would come out with his like imaginary friend, and he was supposed to be crazy, and he even I believe he even had a title match. Like, he was in the main event picture at one point, but he never won the title. I think Cena was champion at the time. So his commentary was kind of pissing me off, to be honest. To Barrett's credit, he hits a pretty nice counter on Dolph Ziggler. Dolph Ziggler goes to do a vaulting move like that splash that Jack Swagger does out of the corner, where he grabs onto the ropes next to the turnbuckle and he kind of like flings his body up. Ziggler goes to do something like that. He Barrett catches his feet, and then he pops him up and hits like a kick. He drops him into a kick, which landed on Ziggler's like sternum. It was a pretty nice counter, and I usually don't give Barrett a lot of credit, especially given my nickname for him. But that I have to give him credit for that move. That move was nice. Ziggler counters the wasteland by swinging into the elevated DDT for a 2 count. So that was a good move. Barrett starts doing the arm circles, the boring arm circles, taunting for the bullhammer. But Ziggler counters the bullhammer, and he rolls him up for another 2 count. And then Barrett countered the Famouser into the Winds of Change. Eli got out of the way and hit him with the Winds of Change. And that was another near fall. And shortly after that, Dolph went over clean with the zigzag. So that was nice. And Ambrose comes out to just basically hold the belt in Barrett's face and just taunt him with it. He actually has like a stare down with Ziggler, and in a spot that I really liked, being a fan of Ambrose, he just he walks up to him and he shoulder checks him, and he pushes past him. And I love that about Dean Ambrose's character. Like, he may be a babyface, but he does not have any respect for any of the other baby faces. He gives no fucks. And that is why during the storyline where he was like sort of aligned with Cena because they both had a problem with Seth Rollins, and I was afraid that Dean Ambrose was going to be basically buried by teaming with Cena. I like how during that storyline he didn't show Cena any respect either. He was just like, and that's what I love about his character. He just, he doesn't care. He's in it for himself, and he'll show respect for the business. He'll show respect for championships, but he won't show respect for people, basically, which is, I think it's a good character dynamic to have, and he can still be a babyface. So that was a cool spot, just like a cool little moment with him, like just pushing past Ziggler. I loved it. The match, and this is actually something that I failed to mention earlier in the video. I've decided since the last show, instead of just giving my basic thoughts on matches, I'm actually going to slap a number on it. And what better way to do that than the classic 5-star rating system of matches, where and it's of course it's subjective, but basically it's, out of 5 stars, I'll give it a certain number, and I believe that based on what I've learned from playing WWE 2K15 My Career Mode, it's rated in terms of not just whole numbers of stars, but halves as well. So you can have a half a star. And from my understanding, a half a star is the lowest, 5 is the highest. So a half a star match is like a really terrible match, and we'll get to that. That is probably very short. And a 5-star match is like a really dramatic, really compelling nail biter of a match that is just epic, with awesome competitors and just leaving it all in the ring. And that would be a 5-star match. So with that being the scale, I gave this match between Bad News Barrett and Dolph Ziggler 3.5 stars, 3.5 stars. It was helped largely by Dolph Ziggler, because Dolph Ziggler's awesome, and he was bumping and selling like a champ because that's what he does. He's really good at bumping and selling. And I also like that he went over. Although it kind of makes the current Intercontinental Champion, Bad News Barrett, look like a loser because he took 2 pinfalls in a row in non-title matches on Raw. I mean, in a row, depending on if you count just Raws or if you count Fastlane. So Dean Ambrose's presence also improves the situation because he's awesome. So Dean Ambrose being there definitely helped my opinion of the match. And he gets 3.5 stars from me. And then next, we get a slideshow of Triple H's confrontation with Sting at Fastlane. And I wouldn't even talk about it if it wasn't for the fact that JBL said something on commentary that pisses me off. And I only wrote it down so I could rant about it. And I'll try not to take too long ranting about it, but he says, because they're talking about how Sting was in WCW and how he was the icon of WCW. And JBL, I'm pretty sure it's not him personally deciding to say this. I'm pretty sure it's someone backstage feeding him lines. But regardless of whose idea it was to utter these words, John Bradshaw Layfield says, "This ain't WCW. This is the big leagues." I hate this revisionist history narrative where WWE acts like they are the be-all, end-all of professional wrestling because you know something? The Monday Night Wars didn't exactly prove WWF was superior to WCW. If anything, WCW kind of put itself out of business. There was, and it wasn't anything to do with the product necessarily. It was the fact that there was a merger. There was a merger between AOL and Time Warner, and Time Warner had WCW under its banner, and this information is all online, so you can check it, and if I'm inaccurate about anything, I apologize, but they didn't want to stay in the wrestling business, and WCW was closed because they didn't want to do it. It was a business decision. It wasn't related to failing ratings, but the fact of the matter is that WCW was, in my opinion, it was no worse than WWF at the time. It wasn't smaller. It wasn't a cheaper promotion or anything like that. It was honestly just as good, if not better. And a lot of ideas that Vince McMahon had during the Attitude Era were honestly stolen from other companies, stolen from WCW or stolen from ECW, and there's a whole historical context there. But the fact of the matter is that WCW was in no way was WCW the minor leagues. In no way was WCW inferior competition. And WCW almost could have survived because, if I remember correctly, Eric Bischoff almost bought WCW, which could have kept it going. But WWE likes to act like WCW closed down because WWE, or WWF at the time, was so much better, and that WWE, or WWF, is the be-all, end-all of professional wrestling. It's and certainly in terms of budget, in terms of production value, yes, WWE is the biggest wrestling product right now. It is essentially a monopoly, but other companies exist, and they are not necessarily any worse than WWE. It's mostly a matter of opinion. But to say that Sting, it's like, oh, it's like, he was a big fish in a little pond in WCW. And now, he's in the big leagues. Now it's a lot tougher competition than in WCW. I'm sorry, how many WWE legends and Hall of Famers were in WCW? Ric Flair, Scott Hall, Kevin Nash, Hulk Hogan. Just off the top of my head, without even going into all the other people I could name. Eddie Guerrero, Chavo Guerrero, all these great names in wrestling were in WCW. And now Sting. WCW is in no way, never was really, in my opinion, in no way inferior to WWF and WWE. And there's a debate to be had. You could have pro WCW people, you could have pro WWF people who thought the product was better at the time. I personally think that both products were good, and it was a tragedy that WCW ended up having to close, and WWF, which eventually, of course, became WWE, didn't have as much competition after that, and has gotten to a point where they don't have much competition anymore. And if you don't have competition, you become complacent, and that's not a good thing for a wrestling company or for any kind of company, for any kind of thing. If you don't have competition, you become complacent. Like video games, for example. There was a lot of outcry about the Xbox One when they first announced it, and they had all these features that people didn't like, and I don't need to go into it because it has nothing to do with wrestling, but basically people thought, oh, I'm not buying an Xbox One, and oh, this is going to kill the Xbox One brand. And some people wanted that to happen. I didn't. I said no, that's bad, because if the Xbox One had killed the Microsoft Xbox brand, then the PS4 would be the only game in town, and naturally that would mean the developers would get lazy, and probably you'd see a decline in video game quality. So that's just an example of how not having competition is bad, because when you don't have competition, you become lazy, you become complacent, and things that you would normally put effort towards to try and be better than the competition, you feel like you don't have to do because you feel like you're the only game in town. And WWE certainly buys into that narrative, and I don't agree with it. I think that there's a potential. Right now it's mostly a monopoly, but there is a potential for other wrestling products to gain steam and gain popularity. And that's one of the reasons why I decided to start doing this, so that I could start highlighting those products for people who might not have heard of them, like Lucha Underground. I'm a huge fan of Lucha Underground, and I think that as far as the wrestling product goes, as far as the show format goes, it's way superior to WWE. Sure, the production values aren't as high, but it gets the job done, and they do a lot with what they have. So I'm so sick of this narrative that WWE is so superior, and they say that history is written by the victors. And of course, WWE happens to be the victor of the Monday Night Wars, and particularly the competition between it and WCW. So that really pissed me off, because I hate that revisionist history WWE narrative. And next we get backstage. The Authority and Orton, they're having their business meeting, and conveniently, they're all crowded closely around each other, and they're all facing the general direction of the camera. That's something that Lucha Underground does better than WWE because it's a lot less awkward. Like I said, Lucha Underground shoots their backstage segments like television dramas from multiple camera angles and edited. So the camera is theoretically invisible in Lucha Underground. It's they don't pretend that there's a camera there. It's like a television drama where the camera is sort of invisible and you get multiple angles. Whereas WWE generally goes with a fixed camera angle, not pre-recorded and edited. Instead, they do it live. Fuck it. They do it live. And the fucking thing sucks. But yeah, so they're all awkwardly crowded around each other and facing the general direction of the camera. Stephanie starts to talk and Seth Rollins interrupts her. Doesn't even address her. He addresses Triple H. And he's like, you can't seriously be thinking about letting Orton back into the Authority. And Stephanie cuts him off. And she sounds very angry. And she's like, do you have a problem talking to a woman? And she says that he should stop being selfish. And that, Kane and Big Show should stop being selfish. And basically the members of the Authority that want Randy Orton's head on a pike or whatever, that they should all just basically calm down and not be so selfish. The corporate Kane, he talks and he suggests a more direct approach. And Stephanie tells him, like, hey, it's not about you. It's not about you. It's not about you. It's about the Authority as a whole. It's not just one individual member or just Big Show and Kane or whatever. Rollins asks how they could trust Orton, after he came back basically swearing revenge and, RKO J&J security. So Rollins asks how they can trust Orton, and Stephanie says they should forgive each other. That Randy Orton should forgive Seth Rollins for the curb stomp, and that Rollins should forgive Randy Orton for, I guess, like, coming back and RKOing his security. And she puts Orton and Rollins in a tag match against Daniel Bryan and Roman Reigns. Once again, WWE putting Roman Reigns with Daniel Bryan, putting their next top guy with the most popular guy in the company. And I think it's to try and get him over, to try and get Reigns over by first having him fight Daniel Bryan and, face him in a match and then come out on top. But then have him team with him, and yeah, we'll get to that whole thing. But I want Rollins versus Orton to happen at WrestleMania, and I think it's going to. So I'm waiting for the inevitable turn where Orton, like, sides with the Authority at first, and then and then he'll just hit Rollins, like, with an RKO out of nowhere, and it'll be like one of those Vine videos. But the tag team match main event that they set up here, I don't care about it. It's another Raw main event that I don't give a shit about, which is counterintuitive because the main event is supposed to be the most exciting match of the night, but for some reason, almost consistently on Raw, they make basically meaningless tag matches, just main events that I don't typically care about. But next, we get a tag team match. The Primetime Players reunited, which was awesome. It was good to see that. They certainly set it up last week with Titus running in to save Darren Young, and this week they made it official. The primetime tongue twister. The primetime players reunite. Unfortunately, it was versus the Ascension. Probably could have picked better opponents for the primetime players, but I guess it makes sense because the Ascension were attacking Darren Young and his tag team partner last week, and that's when Titus did the run-in. So it makes sense. I just don't like it because I don't like the Ascension. I don't like them. I think they suck. So the Illuminati Ass Clowns cut another picture-in-picture promo, pre-recorded picture-in-picture promo while they're that they play while they're entering. And basically, they're shitting on the Bushwhackers because the Bushwhackers have basically they hadn't technically announced yet that the Bushwhackers were going into the Hall of Fame, but it was another out of order thing where you definitely knew it was going to happen. Similar to the Macho Man Randy Savage thing where they came on Raw and they had like a promo graphic saying that Randy Savage was expected to be inducted into the Hall of Fame, and it was like rumored or whatever, but they wouldn't have even addressed it if it wasn't true. So when they did that, you knew Randy Savage was going in the Hall of Fame, so you were just waiting for the official announcement. And then it happened. Much in the same way, this show, they alluded to the Bushwhackers being inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame, and then later they announced it. And my opinion on that, I don't really have an opinion. I don't dislike the Bushwhackers. They were certainly never my favorite tag team. I'm just kind of ambivalent towards it, to be honest. So the Ascension cut this pre-recorded picture-in-picture promo, and they're shitting on the Bushwhackers. And of course, they're saying that, they're primetime players. They're basically talking shit about them too, like typical Ascension promo stuff. And I didn't really care about any of the spots in the match because the Ascension are terrible. I do not find their in-ring style compelling at all. Victor is the better of the two, but they're more or less the same thing. They're just tattooed powerhouses coming out with like stuff on them that looks suspiciously like the shoulder pads that Legion of Doom used to wear, and they have their face paint looking like LOD wannabes. And they're basically just powerhouses that just sloppily throw guys around the ring and just go, Rah! That's their gimmick. They come out and they go, Rah! And they just go, Rah! And that's their gimmick. And apparently added to that is shitting on legends now. So they come out, they go, Rah! and they shit on the legends, which is a terrible gimmick. And which is probably, it's better that they do that and give a terrible gimmick to a terrible tag team than waste a good gimmick idea on a terrible tag team. Because at the end of the day, good gimmick or not, they're still going to be shitty in the ring. So I didn't write down like any of the spots in this match. None. Because it was very generic and the match didn't last that long. But the primetime players actually won with a roll-up. So the Ascension are no longer undefeated, and the primetime players went over. It was Darren Young. I don't remember which member of the Ascension he rolled up, but Darren Young won with a roll-up, and I was happy about that. actually, after, like, when it happened, I started chanting yes. But of course, the Ascension attacked the primetime players after the match. And that was kind of a buzzkill. I mean, it was sort of an obvious thing for them to do, but it was disappointing because, you know, I wanted to see the primetime players celebrate, you know, and do that millions of dollars, millions of dollars, millions of dollars. Because I missed that. And since they didn't do anything with Darren Young and Titus O'Neil individually, it makes sense to put them back together as a tag team. The match was 1.5 stars, in my opinion, because I hate the Ascension, but it was helped out a little bit by the fact that the primetime players did not get buried by the Illuminati ass clowns, and the fact that the primetime players have reunited makes me think that maybe now the WWE tag team division is going to get better. So that's a good thing. Maybe they'll have some more variety thrown in there. So then Roman Reigns comes out. And dear God, he picks up a microphone. And that's how you know it's about to get real shitty in here. And he kind of shits on the fans, to be honest. You know, saying that they're his doubters and that he proved them wrong, something along those lines. And I honestly can't decide if it's worse to have a guy who's supposed to be a babyface come out and cut sort of a heel promo, just shitting all over the fans and saying, look, I proved you wrong. I can't decide if that's worse or better than John Cena doing his kiss ass routine, where he comes out and he panders to the fans in every conceivable way. You know, we'll do a cheap pop for the whatever town they're in, whatever city they're in, and we'll say like, oh, it's a raucous crowd tonight, which I think he did a little bit later. We'll get to that, but I can't decide which is worse. But I hated this promo. Fuck everything he said here, and fuck WWE's habit of building up these kayfabe heroes to be shoved down our throats. Meanwhile, good wrestlers get shit on and booked like losers. Because I can't stand it. It's been happening for so long. And they have the potential to fix the booking, but they have no reason to. And maybe I'm a part of that problem because I still watch. I still watch because there are still talented wrestlers that work for the company. They still have good talented guys and gals working for the company, and they sometimes will have a moment of goodness, or a ray of sunshine in an otherwise very dark and bleak product where so much is frustrating. But you'll occasionally get that one good thing, and it's like finding a diamond in the rough, finding a kernel of something good in a pile of shit, basically. It makes you question whether or not it's worth it. It might be worth it, but maybe it's not, because you do get some entertainment out of it. And, of course, it's always fun to sort of critique and give your honest opinion and think about what you would do as far as fantasy booking. Which is another thing that I've given some thought to doing. I haven't really given much thought, but who knows? Maybe when it gets closer to WrestleMania, I'll do a video on like my dream WrestleMania card, like a fantasy booking kind of thing. But anyway, I'm just fed up with some of the issues I have with the product, and I just, perhaps naively, and I admit that is probably not a good thing, but I keep watching, hoping it gets better. So anyway, Daniel Bryan comes out to interrupt Roman Reigns, and he cuts an interesting promo, because the way this promo went, and I'll give a sort of basic summary of what it was like watching the promo before I go into what he actually said. Basically, it started out on a high note. It started out, the earlier part of the promo was very much stuff that I was agreeing with, and I was like, yeah, I was with him. I was with Daniel Bryan during this promo, during this exchange, for the first, say, half of it. But there was a turning point where it started to go downhill, and it started to go into something that I definitely did not agree with, to the point where I was like, fuck this. Like, I was really pissed off. So let me explain how that sort of roller coaster happened. He says that, well, it wasn't entirely on a high note, though, because one of the earlier things he said in the promo was that Roman Reigns deserves to main event WrestleMania, referencing the fact that he beat Daniel Bryan at Fastlane. And this gets massive boos from the crowd. The crowd sounded, at least at this point, very pro Daniel Bryan, not necessarily pro Roman Reigns. But it was kind of funny here, though, because the massive boos that he got from saying that Roman Reigns deserves to main event WrestleMania, Daniel Bryan had kind of a reaction to it where he heard the boos and he was like, he had a very funny reaction, just the expression on his face, like he's not used to getting booed, because the fans love him so much that, like, every time he comes out he gets a pop. So he's like, they're booing me. Did I say something wrong? And but then he basically says that he agrees with Roman Reigns' doubters. And he makes the case that he is, or that he was, the biggest one. Which at the, in the moment, it sounded like he was saying that he still was. So I was like, yeah, Daniel Bryan is one of Roman Reigns' detractors and whatnot. But then, and he goes on and he says that he's making the case that it's not about size and strength, or basically the look. It's not about that. It's about heart. And he basically says that the size and the strength and the look is why the Authority loves Roman Reigns. And he doesn't break kayfabe, but it's basically, he's alluding to the fact that that's why they're pushing Reigns as the top guy. But he says that the fans see past all that shit. The fans see past the strength and the size, and they see Daniel Bryan's heart. They see his heart. And he says, that he's got more heart than anybody in that locker room. And it reaches a high point when he says that, the fans see Daniel Bryan's heart, and that's why they like Daniel Bryan and not Roman Reigns. And at this point, I was like, yes, Yes. Yes. But here's where the turning point comes in. He starts putting over the match that they had at Fastlane. And by extension, he puts over Reigns for having won it. This is bullshit. Roman Reigns sucks. I will qualify that by saying he doesn't suck as bad as Cena does. I will even go so far as to say that he has more in-ring skill than Cena, more crisp moves than Cena. Well, not more moves, I should say, but that his moves look more impactful than Cena's, and he can throw a punch better than Cena. I'll give him that. His punches look better than Cena's because Cena just does a retarded like arm swinging thing, especially with the 5-knuckle shuffle, the retard shuffle, as I call it. No offense to to anyone with mental disabilities who would also be better wrestlers than John Cena, for the record. But okay, so he can throw a better punch than Cena. He looks more intimidating than Cena does, but again, that's the look, not necessarily anything important. That's just how he looks. Like a look does not make a good wrestler, in my opinion. But okay, so he looks better for what that's worth. He can throw a punch better than Cena, and he sells better than Cena. He sold what was it, like knees to the gut at Fastlane? It was something like that. He sold Daniel Bryan's moves pretty well. He's better at selling, and he's better at throwing punches, and he looks better. Those are probably the areas that I would say that he is at least better than Cena. But overall, I still think he sucks. I don't find him entertaining. I think his promos are horrible. I think his cadence is awkward. He's monotone as hell. And in the ring, he has like 3 moves. Basically, clothesline, Superman punch, spear. And everything else is just sort of, it looks awkwardly improvised. Like that pump handle suplex he did last week on SmackDown. We'll get to that. Someone this week actually showed us how a pump handle suplex is done. Certainly a lot better. But Roman Reigns, in my opinion, sucks. I don't find him entertaining. I don't think his in-ring work is good. His promos damn sure aren't good. So I think he sucks. And I also happen to think that Daniel Bryan is a great wrestler and a great in-ring worker because he's so technically skilled. He has so much energy in the ring. He, like, when he hulks up and he runs around the ring, he does drop kicks. He does flying like suicide dives. His athleticism is so good. And he knows everything he's doing in that ring. Everything. He's a master of the ring, if you will. Because he does everything really well. He's great at submissions and chain wrestling and grappling and all that. He's great at running around the ring and doing crazy dives and stuff like that. And he's very entertaining to watch. I love Daniel Bryan doing his thing. It's very entertaining. He's probably the best wrestler that WWE has right now. And it's a real shame that that CM Punk ended up leaving the company. And of course, he had his reasons. I don't blame him. After hearing his podcast, but it's a shame that guys like him, like CM Punk, end up leaving the company because they just don't get used right, and some of them really get mistreated in terms of the company taking care of them, not just making them look good, but with the booking, but also just making them work overtime and making them work so many matches when maybe they should take some time off. At least a little bit. Like, mostly what makes me think of that is CM Punk's story about his MRSA on his back. Yeah, when a guy has a health issue like that, maybe write him off TV for a couple weeks, just to get that taken care of, because better to take care of it sooner than later. But that's way the hell off topic. But anyway, summary of my thoughts at this point: Roman Reigns sucks. Daniel Bryan is a great wrestler, and WWE sucks for putting Reigns over on Bryan at Fastlane. And I hated this segment, but it didn't end there. It didn't end with Daniel Bryan, because Daniel Bryan kind of goes back to the locker room, and then Paul Heyman comes out. And I don't know if it matters, but as Daniel Bryan was coming up the ramp, Paul Heyman did a kind of stepping out of the way and, sort of graciously letting him pass. I don't know if that meant anything, but maybe it was to suggest that Paul Heyman has respect for Daniel Bryan. But anyway, Paul Heyman comes out, and now he starts kissing Roman Reigns' ass. Okay, not only do you have Roman Reigns' opponent from the pay-per-view not 24 hours ago come out and kiss Roman Reigns' ass, you also have the manager and the mouthpiece for the WWE World Heavyweight Champion, the Beast, that Roman Reigns is going to be facing at WrestleMania for the title. Now you have him come out and kiss Roman Reigns' ass. This is ridiculous. And it is oddly reminiscent of all the things that WWE has been doing to put Cena over the past 10 years. Like, all the ridiculous feuds where even the heels would have to come out and put him over and say that they respect him and say that, oh, he beat them fair and square. It's bullshit. If you're going to be a heel character, you don't have respect for the baby faces. If you're going to be the manager for for the Beast, the guy that's going to be facing Roman Reigns for the title at WrestleMania, you don't kiss Roman Reigns' ass. You tell him, and Paul Heyman eventually did get around to something to this effect, but you basically tell him, no, it doesn't matter that you won the Royal Rumble. It doesn't matter that you beat Daniel Bryan, because it's all going to be for naught. You are going to lose. Brock Lesnar is going to break you in half at WrestleMania, and that's what Paul Heyman should have been saying. He should have been putting over his client, Brock Lesnar, and saying that at the pay-per-view, Lesnar is going to, break your back, fuck your ass, and make you humble. But that's not what he said. He comes out, and man, it's so frustrating. And he comes out and he starts saying that he respects Roman Reigns, and how he basically puts Roman Reigns in hypothetical scenarios where he faces all these all-time greats. I believe Bruno Sammartino was mentioned. Also, Hulk Hogan, Andre the Giant, Stone Cold Steve Austin, and The Rock. And what does Paul Heyman say about Roman Reigns facing these great legends of professional wrestling? What does he say? He says, basically, if you faced any of them, I'd put my money on Roman Reigns. Fuck that. Roman Reigns isn't good enough, in my book, to even lace up the boots or lick the jockstrap of any of those names. Bruno Sammartino? No. Andre the Giant? Hell no. Hulk Hogan? No. Stone Cold Steve Austin? Not even close. The Rock? No fucking way. Roman Reigns is not as good as a single one of those names, much less all of them put together, which is what the narrative is that the WWE is trying to sell. That Roman Reigns is as good or better than all these greats, all the Bruno Sammartino and Andre and Hogan and The Rock and Stone Cold, and I think even John Cena's name was mentioned. I'll give him that. He's better than John Cena by a little bit, by a hair. I'll give him that much. He's better than Cena by a hair. That's it. I would not put him in the same league as Hogan, as Andre, as The Rock, Stone Cold, any of those guys. And this is the ridiculous, over-the-top bullshit that I would expect from a company that is so desperate to sell you this guy as the top guy, as the top, I'm assuming babyface. They could turn him heel, but if they're going to book him like they booked Cena in any, even remotely like they booked Cena, they're going to keep him a babyface. And they're going to have him try to sell merch. And they're going to have a new t-shirt for him every 6 months. They are trying so hard to sell you this guy that they're having the most popular babyface in the company, Daniel Bryan, come out and put him over. Not just in the match at Fastlane, but also in the promo, telling him that he respects him and that he deserves to go to WrestleMania and win the title. And that how he wants Roman Reigns to kick Brock Lesnar's ass. If I were Daniel Bryan, I would want to kick Brock Lesnar's ass myself. That's just where I think he should be at as a character. But they are trying so hard to sell you this narrative that they are pulling out all the stops. They had The Rock come out and try to put him over at the Royal Rumble. He still got booed out of the building. They by extension, they booed The Rock because they knew he was there to put over Reigns. It didn't take him long to figure it out, and the crowd booed both The Rock and Roman Reigns out of the building at Royal Rumble. And the more you try to push someone down our throats as viewers, the more insulted we're going to be. And the more we are going to lash out, which is honestly unfair to Roman Reigns. Because like I said, honestly, I don't think he's that good. I think he kind of sucks. But there's room for improvement with him. And there are things that he does better than Cena. And there are good points to him. But the more you try to shove Roman Reigns down my throat, the more angry I'm going to be at the company, and the less I'm going to like Roman Reigns when he comes on my TV. Because when he comes on my TV, it'll be trying to shove him down my throat and trying to get me to like him. Don't try to force me to like someone. Have a diverse roster of different guys, different characters, and I'll like who I end up liking. And instead of having one top guy at the top of the company, how about you get a rotation? Some heels, some monster heels, some babyface heroes, and some people who are in between, sort of like a Dean Ambrose character, where he's more of an anti-hero. He's like a babyface with some edge to him, where he's technically a babyface, but he's also kind of a badass. You should do that instead of trying to push this guy so hard. And that's what frustrated me so much about this promo, is that it solely existed to put over Reigns. And a huge problem I had with it was also the length. Not only did they have this big promo just to put over Reigns, but it was like they took the 20 to 30 minute promos that used to start Raw every week and just switched it with a shorter promo scheduled for later in the night. Like, they easily could have started the show with this promo, and it would have been just as bad as any of the other nights that they started Raw with a 20 to 30 minute promo. It's basically the same thing, only it's placed a little differently. And I don't understand why Raw can't start with a match. But this long promo, putting over Reigns, was so frustrating that after Paul Heyman started saying that Roman Reigns could beat all these guys, could beat Andre the Giant, could beat Hulk Hogan, could beat Stone Cold and The Rock, saying, "Oh, I'd put my money on Roman Reigns." After he started saying that, I did something that I didn't originally intend on doing, but it was just, I couldn't take it. I said, "Fuck this," aloud several times, and I fast forwarded through the rest of the promo to the next match. And I later, caught a review of Raw, and I found out that I didn't really miss much. Like, Heyman did eventually get around to saying that Brock Lesnar was going to beat Roman Reigns at WrestleMania, but it wasn't anything too important. And I felt so dirty just from the way that they had Paul Heyman putting over Reigns before he eventually got around to saying that Brock was going to beat him, that I couldn't take it anymore. So I fast forwarded, and the next match was the Usos versus Cesaro and Tyson Kidd, and I suppose this was a rematch for the tag titles. And the new tag team champions come out, unfortunately, to Cesaro's theme, which is terrible. I personally thought that they should have sort of merged the themes. Like, I had an idea where they could start out with Cesaro's annoying siren just for a couple seconds and then transition into Tyson Kidd's theme, which is a much better theme song in my opinion. I felt like that would have been a better tag team theme for them. But anyway, they come out to Cesaro's garbage music. But, they're wearing the tag belts, and they wear them well, in my opinion. I just wish they had better music. The commentary pissed me off during this match. Because, obviously, they're putting over the Total Divas show, and they're plugging it like crazy, and I'm not watching 1 second of that garbage. But they did mention Booker T bringing his wife, Sharmell, to ringside during his King Booker gimmick, which was pretty nice. In my opinion, that was one of the better King of the Ring gimmicks, because Booker really owned it. He really made that part of his gimmick, and I thought that was a good heel gimmick. But, they were saying that, of course, because Naomi and Natalya were at ringside to support their husbands. During the break on the WWE app, they had a thing that a segment of the match that they showed when they came back from a commercial, where Tyson Kidd has Jey Uso by the legs, and he does sort of the falling slingshot, and he slingshots Jey Uso into a European uppercut from Cesaro. It was a pretty nice double team move. I liked it, and I was glad that they showed it again on TV for those of us who don't watch it live and don't watch it on the app. And then the tag team champions hit the Cesaro swing into the drop kick double team maneuver. Another nice double team move. And that gets him a 2 count. Jimmy Uso ends up hitting the splash, which had me worried they were going to put the belts back on the Usos. But Tyson Kidd made the save. He actually made the save with a springboard elbow. Like Jimmy Uso had Cesaro pinned in the ring, and Tyson does a slingshot elbow to break up the pin. Pretty nice. Not your usual way of breaking up a pinfall attempt. The Usos end up winning by DQ, though, due to interference from Natalya. Because one of the Usos like goes up to the top rope, and she kind of like pulls him down. And Naomi sort of goes to retaliate and takes her off the apron. And Natalya looks like she hurt her leg. And Tyson actually runs right up to her and starts checking on her, which is notable because in previous matches where they were doing the whole total divas thing with Tyson and Natalya, Tyson would be like paying attention to some other, one of the other divas, like the Bellas. So for once, Tyson was being a good husband in kayfabe. Of course, I have no idea, nor is it really any of my business how he is as a husband in real life. But for once in kayfabe, he immediately goes to check on her. And he ends up walking her to the back of the locker room. I gave the match 3.5 stars because I really like Cesaro and Tyson Kidd. I think they have great chemistry as a tag team, and they have a lot of good double team moves. And the one we didn't get to see in the match was, of course, Cesaro picking up a guy for the power bomb and Tyson coming off the top rope with the blockbuster. That's like their tag team finisher, I guess. But I really like their chemistry, and I really like their tag team moves, their double team moves. But honestly, the finish was kind of lame, so that brought it down a little bit. I prefer clean finishes, but hey, it keeps the belts on Cesaro and Kidd, so I was happy about that, at least. To me, the Usos are just kind of boring, though. But, I mean, we have seen this match several times before, and we probably will see it several times more because because Cesaro and Kidd just won the belts from the Usos, and they're going to be trying to get a fair rematch. So if I had to guess, I would probably say that the belts will be on the line at WrestleMania, and they'll have another rematch. And I don't know who would win that one. They might put the belts back on the Usos, but I would like to see Cesaro and Kidd run for a while as a tag team. I think they have really great chemistry, and they work really well together. So that would be good. Next, we get another boring backstage segment with The Miz and Damien Mizdow. I like Damien Mizdow. I loved the intellectual savior gimmick when he first came in as Damien Sandow, and he had the intellectual savior gimmick. He came out with the robe, and and he would always like belittle people, and use like advanced vocabulary words. I liked that gimmick. It was a good heel gimmick. But this whole Damien Mizdow thing, like, it's better than when he was coming out with a different costume every week, but it's still pretty bad. But Miz says he wants to win the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal at WrestleMania, so presumably he'll be in it. And Damien actually says, I've got some news, and I wanted to thank you because, you helped me out, and you let me be your stunt double and your assistant, and that has allowed me to step out of your shadow, and he can. I can be a star in my own right now. I got a call for doing a commercial. And like, yeah, I like Damien Mizdow or Sandow, and I would like to see him break out from The Miz and maybe do something new with his character. Maybe bring in some shades of the intellectual savior. I don't think they'd go back to that gimmick, but I would like to see him be a single star on his own, but I just don't know if WWE respects him enough for that to happen, unfortunately. Let's see. So, it is what it is. Miz is going to be in the Andre the Giant Battle Royal, and possibly Mizdow will also be in the Battle Royal, and maybe they'll have some tension there and end up having a match at another pay-per-view. So then they replay Bray Wyatt's segment from Fastlane with him being in the casket and talking about The Undertaker. And then he cuts a new backstage promo. They show him in the back with a casket, kind of reminiscent of the funeral parlor segments of old. And there's another promo about The Undertaker. And now they're really trying to kick this thing into high gear. And, now he's definitely, it's not a secret anymore. And he's able to talk openly about The Undertaker. And it's a pretty good promo. But like I said, I mean, the more Bray Wyatt promos you get, the more you kind of get used to them. And I'm not saying that as anything against Bray Wyatt or against the promos. I think Bray Wyatt is really good, especially on the mic. And, he's good in the ring too. But he's especially good at promos. And his promos are good too. It's just that I think the more you get of them, the more you kind of get used to it. It's sort of the same thing, especially when he's talking about the same opponent and you have him cut so many promos about the same opponent. He eventually ends up repeating himself, and that's no fault of his. It's just that, they're sort of oversaturating with these promos. But overall, I didn't think it was that bad. Next, we got Stardust versus Jack Swagger. And when Stardust came out, he was not wearing the Grimace purple. So I can't make fun of him for that. But he did look like a mime, so I can make fun of him for that. I like Cody Rhodes. I'm not a huge fan of the Stardust gimmick. It was kind of interesting at first, but it sort of fizzled out for me after a while, and now it's getting kind of tiresome and repetitive. So the match didn't last very long. Goldust came out to distract Stardust, and Swagger ended up winning with the ankle lock. He thinks he's Kurt Angle, but he's not. Not a huge fan of Jack Swagger. I wouldn't say I hate him. He's another guy that I think is kind of boring. But Swagger wins with the ankle lock. The match was short. I give it 2 stars because, it was kind of interesting to have the submission finish, but it was really short, and it was obviously to play into the Stardust and Goldust storyline, the continuing Rhodes family saga, if you will. And coming up next, right after the match, basically, you got Michael Pole Smoker, as I like to call him, making sure to put over the fact that John Cena at Fastlane, he didn't tap out at Fastlane, and they say, oh, coming up next, we will answer the question, where does John Cena go from here? And it was after a commercial break. So then they come back from the commercial break, and Kiss Ass himself comes out in his Smurf shirt. And I could hear some muffled John Cena sucks sing along with his theme song. I think WWE might have done some audio tampering with that to try and quell the audibility of it. Because they like to do that with Cena. They can't stand the fact that so many people don't like him. And they try to make it seem like more people like him than actually does. By like, they also, I've heard stories where they allegedly piped in "Let's Go Cena" chants during matches to make it sound like the "Let's Go Cena, Cena sucks" exchange was more even between fans. It was more of a, they tried to make it like more of a 50-50 split. So I think they quelled the John Cena sucks sing along. And he grabs the mic and he puts over the match he had with Rusev at Fastlane, and he kind of botched a line here. He called Rusev's camel clutch the Acolyte, which he botched his line like he botches most of his moves. So that's no surprise. It's just kind of funny. He called it the Acolyte when Rusev calls it the Accolade. Personally, I just call it the camel clutch. I'm like, what's the point in needlessly adding a name to a move that has been used by so many people over such a long period of time, since the Iron Sheik. But he once again makes sure to emphasize the fact that he never gave up at Fastlane. He was in the camel clutch, and he never gave up. And he makes sure to emphasize also that Rusev, hit a low blow rather than beating him clean. So as usual, Cena is making excuses for a loss, and making sure to add that caveat of, oh yeah, I lost to Rusev, but I had a scratch cornea, but he hit the low blow while Lana was distracted, but I was in the camel clutch, but I passed out instead of tapping out. It's always a caveat with whenever Cena loses. He always comes up with an excuse. Basically, he calls Rusev a coward. So Rusev and Lana come out, and they kind of brag about how Rusev won. Of course, they show pictures of him in the camel clutch. And I guess you could say Rusev broke his back, fucked his ass, and made him humble. They need to get the Iron Sheik on there, just uncensored and just cutting ridiculous promos about people. That would be amazing. But anyway, Rusev talks probably more than he should. I personally, if I was booking it, I would have it be a scenario where Rusev doesn't talk and the mic is given to Lana because she is so much better at promos. It's ridiculous. Rusev ends up talking more than he should on the mic, and he says that he wants Cena to admit that he's beneath him and that, like, America is beneath him and all that. And Cena busts out his, like, super patriotic, like, Captain America gimmick and says, oh, you can say what you want about me, but not about America. You be careful when you're running down the United States, and just blah, blah, blah. I have a hard time caring about what Cena says. I don't care about Cena. I'm glad he's in an irrelevant storyline as opposed to burying someone that I like or being in the main event title picture, but I don't care about him. And putting like a patriotic spin on it and making it like a Rocky IV storyline about, like, oh, well, John Cena's representing America and Rusev is the Russian, anti-American foreigner, even though he's Bulgarian. That's not going to make me like Cena. That's not going to make me cheer for Cena. I already know how the match is going to go. Cena's going to bury Rusev. Not that I particularly care, because like I said, I'm not the biggest fan of Rusev either. I'm not really invested in him. And I think the best part of him is Lana, cutting promos for him. But But I mean, if I had it my way, Rusev would beat Cena because I'd be cheering for Rusev between the two of them. But like this whole patriotism storyline is not going to make me cheer for Cena. And basically, Cena asks for a rematch at WrestleMania, and this is another thing that reminded me of a song, because Rusev basically says, "I'm sorry, my friend, but the answer is no." And Cena's like, "Why you gotta be so rude?" He doesn't actually say that, but sorry for my terrible singing. It's just that reminded me of that song. But Cena's like, Cena asks him for a rematch. He says no, and that's pretty much the end of the segment. Which I didn't like this segment because I don't like Cena, and I'm not invested in the storyline. So then we get another backstage segment with Orton and Rollins, and they're talking about getting on the same page for the main event. They shake hands with each other and whatever. I'm waiting for that Orton Rollins match at WrestleMania and the inevitable turn that makes it happen. And I'm gonna need water for this next part. Give me a second here. Excuse me. Anyway, so the next part we get a Divas tag match, and what basically ends up happening is Paige comes out, and then they cut to a commercial, and then they come back, and presumably Paige is still in the ring, but before we actually get the match that's supposed to happen, they start playing a pretty long video package. It was a good one though. It was like basically a recap, like a showcase of Sting's WCW career. Conveniently, it omits the TNA years, but that's not something that they could actually do anything about because they obviously don't have the rights to the footage. But they show Sting's career in WCW, and pretty nice video package, and some wrestlers sort of doing narrations sort of about it and about Sting's impact on the business and his and his relation, basically him being the icon of WCW. It was a pretty nice video package, which made what happened after all the more frustrating and tragic, because this video package was a couple minutes long, and it was really nice. It was really a nostalgia trip for sure. But then they come back from it, and we get the match set up where it's a Divas tag match. Paige and Emma tag teaming against the Bella Twins, or as I like to call them, the Doublemint Twins. And basically, in less than half the time they spent with that video package playing, in less than half the time that they spent recapping Sting's career, the match basically starts, and then Brie pins Emma with the face buster. The Bella Buster, hit my mic. The face buster. I mean, damn, WWE Divas matches have had a reputation for a while of being very short, and I've been used to that for quite some time. Not that it makes it any less fucked up that they don't give their divas as much time as the male competitors. Like, I still think it's bullshit. I still think that you can have really good divas matches if you give them some time to work and if you put the right wrestlers together. But this match lasted literally 10 seconds. It was so quick, and it buried Emma, who honestly I didn't really see her come up in NXT. I really only saw her on the main roster, and it is really hard for me to see past the gimmick that they gave her, the awkward dancing, the clumsiness, and the thing where she was palling around with Santina Marella. It was really hard for me to see past that. What I had heard from people who had seen her coming up in NXT that she was a good worker, but WWE didn't really let me see that, because they had her in all these awkward matches, and they had her with this awkward gimmick. But they buried her in this match, and the match was ridiculously short. And after the match, Paige super kicks Brie, but Nikki knocks her down with a clothesline and says, "Don't touch my sister, you hear me?" Which I suppose is supposed to add some element of storytelling to this, but I hate this bullshit. And this very match sparked a hashtag on Twitter called "Give Divas a Chance," which apparently had something to do with R-Truth saying "Give Truth a Chance" earlier in the night, persuading, trying to persuade people to tweet so that WWE would give R-Truth a WWE Intercontinental title match in kayfabe or whatever. But this had the hashtag "Give Divas a Chance" going. And it was trending because I think I've said it time and time again, and I don't think I'm alone in this opinion, but WWE treats its women like shit. They care more about having women who look good than who can actually wrestle well. And a lot of their good in-ring workers from their Divas division are gone now. And so much for diversity in terms of having divas who are maybe the more agile, high flyer type divas versus having badass, powerhouse divas like Beth Phoenix or Chyna or Awesome Kong, aka Karma. Instead of having a more diverse array of divas, they just have a bunch of divas that their styles are very similar. And some of them are athletic and some of them are decent workers, but it doesn't really matter because WWE puts them in 2-minute matches and just throw away storylines. They don't care about their women. And that frustrates me to no end because I know there are tons of women, some of whom are WWE divas currently, who can really go in the ring and they can wrestle great matches. And just, they can do so much more than they're being allowed to do. But WWE just doesn't care. Divas matches are just filler to WWE. So what do? They just throw them on in the middle of the show for 2 minutes or less. Because I'm fairly certain this match was less than 2 minutes. And they spent way more time on the Sting video package, which, like I said, was good, but they spent more time on that video package than they did on the Divas tag team match. And as far as a rating, this match pissed me off so much, I had to give it half a star for how pissed off it made me. And it's not a slight against any of the competitors in the match. It's how they're booked. It's the booking. That's the reason why this match is half a star. I'm assuming that's the lowest rating I can give, given the standard or classic 5-star rating system. So I emphasize again, WWE really needs to revamp the way they book their divas, because it's ridiculous. And this is definitely one element. This is one aspect in which TNA, which is WWE's closest competition, is showing them the fuck up. Because TNA's women's division, they call them knockouts, is so much better, so much more entertaining than WWE's. And they put real effort into it. They let the women go in the ring for a decent amount of time, and they don't have it based on a reality show, which, in my opinion, is one of the worst ways that you can book a wrestling show. And the women's division is basing it around reality show drama, which is not real drama. The irony of reality television is that it is so fake. So I emphasize again, WWE really needs to fix its Divas division, and it's getting to the point where people are starting to notice, and people are starting to outcry and say, hey, this is ridiculous. It's gotten so ridiculous that it's noticeable to people who aren't normally as critical of WWE as someone like me. So they really need to fix that, because it's ridiculous. It's beyond ridiculous. I don't understand how they could possibly not see a problem even before the show goes on. Just with the way they have it booked on the card. Like, oh yeah, we'll have this Divas tag team match, and Brie will go over with the face buster, really quick. Like, how do you not see that that's a problem even before it happens on the show? Even before you see the fan reaction? Like, isn't someone realizing that they're treating their divas like shit, and someone's going to notice? And a lot of people are going to be pissed off, because that's not fair. You can make the argument it's sexist, which is something WWE should not be okay with being labeled. WWE already has a problem being labeled as racist, because when was the last time an African American gentleman was a world champion? It's certainly been a while, and probably the closest they've come is The Rock, who is sort of mixed, I would say. But you got all these problems with WWE, and they don't improve. They don't change their booking philosophy at all. And then after that horribly quick match with shit all over the Divas, Curtis Axel comes out in an Axelmania t-shirt. Hashtag Axelmania t-shirt. And the t-shirt, of course, steals its design from the iconic Hulkamania t-shirt that we've all grown up with, basically. And I hate that. Because it's sort of an obvious way to put some heat on him as a heel, to have him steal the design. But more than that, I don't necessarily hate Curtis Axel, but I know he's not worthy of being compared to Hulk Hogan. I don't even think he's really worthy of being compared to his father, Mr. Perfect, because I don't think he's anywhere near as good. That's my opinion. He's got a decent finisher. Was the Hangman's face buster, where he gets him in the neck breaker position and he spins him into a face buster. It's a decent move, but but I think he stole that from Kurt Hawkins, I think. Yeah, he stole that move from somebody else. But anyway, he comes out and he rehashes the gimmick where he's still in the Royal Rumble and he was never eliminated, and he should be going to WrestleMania to face Brock Lesnar for the title. But he says he'll be in the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal, and he gets interrupted by his former tag team partner, Ryback. And Ryback gets on the mic, and he says that they used to be tag team partners. And he says that Ryback was one of the greatest tag teams of all time. I think he was being sarcastic. I hope he was being sarcastic, because they really weren't. And then Ryback also says that he's going to be in the Battle Royal as well. So they have a match that lasts about as long as the Divas match did, maybe a little bit longer. It's very quick. Ryback buries Axel pretty much with the shell-shocked finisher. And as for a rating, I give this match 1 star because it didn't piss me off quite as much as the Divas match, but it still sucked, in my opinion. And then it was time for the tag team main event. Seth Rollins and Randy Orton versus Roman Reigns and Daniel Bryan. So they replay the exchange between Rollins and Jon Stewart, where Rollins said he could take over Jon Stewart for the Daily Show, and then Jon Stewart made a pretty funny video response to him on his cell phone. And then Seth picks up a microphone, and he actually starts kissing Randy Orton's ass, basically, with a really positive introduction. Daniel Bryan comes out, and the commentators call him a goat before his entrance is even done. This really pisses me off. I don't even think he looks like a goat to begin with, but what other ways can you bury this guy and just try and it's like they're trying to force fans to not care about him. So they have the commentators saying this ridiculous shit about him being a goat. It's so frustrating. And every time JBL says, "Flying goat, Michael," I want to punch him in his face. But I wouldn't do that because he would still be able to kick my ass. I'm at least honest enough to admit that. I went into the match with low expectations and not really caring about it. But it did turn out slightly better than I expected. I didn't really write down any specific spots. There were lots of blind tags and signature moves and near falls and things like that. They definitely sell tension between Orton and Rollins. And what ended up happening was actually, I don't know if I wrote down the finish, actually. Oh, wait, I did. Daniel Bryan went over with the knee plus off of a blind tag, which Reigns sort of laughed off. Yeah, so Daniel Bryan wins with the knee plus. And he blind tagged Reigns because Reigns hit the Superman punch. And he looked like he was going for the spear. Daniel Bryan blind tagged him, ran in, hit the knee plus. Reigns just kind of laughs it off, like, whatever. And they kind of show respect for each other, Reigns and Bryan, after the match. And then they start selling tension between Orton and Rollins, like, because they lost. And, Orton looks really frustrated. And then the lights go out, and they say it's a technical difficulty. And when the lights come back on, Orton looks like he's about to go for a punt kick on Rollins. But he kind of walks slowly instead of running across the ring. And Jamie Noble kind of cuts him off and intercepts him. And Orton just RKO's Jamie Noble. And then he kind of stares at Seth Rollins and kind of comes up to him and like pats him on the shoulder. He walks to the back and the show ends. The match was about 3 stars. Better than I expected, but it was bogged down by J&J Security and Kane and Big Slow at ringside because they got involved multiple times. So it was bogged down by that and the fact that Roman Reigns has less moves than a first-day wrestling school student. So it was a 3-star match, in my opinion, largely due to Daniel Bryan and Randy Orton. And Rollins too, of course. But I guess it was dragged down more by Roman Reigns and all the interference. My overall show rating for this episode of Monday Night Raw was a 3 out of 10. This show sucked. But it had a few good matches to kind of keep it from being even lower. And itchy face. So it was a 3 out of 10. Pretty bad, but it could have been worse. Next up, we've got NXT from February 25th, 2015. And it starts off with a match between Hideo Itami and Bull Dempsey. Before the match even starts, I wanted to say that Hideo's music is just a tiny bit racist because it's got that intro that I don't know how to describe it other than it sounds very stereotypically Asian. But it goes into sort of guitar chords, I guess, that sounds pretty good. I just don't understand why the very Asian sounding part needs to be in there. So it's a little bit of a problem that I have with Hideo's music, and Bull Dempsey's music leaves a wide open gap for me to chant shit in between the prepackaged bull chant. So it's like, bullshit. Not that I have anything against him. I'm not saying he's bullshit, but if I ever care enough about him to not like him, that's a really obvious way for me to express not liking him. Right now, I just kind of don't care that much. Hideo goes over with a running drop kick in this match. It was another pretty quick one. A little bit of back and forth, no particularly memorable spots. But Hideo goes over with the running drop kick. And why? I got to ask. Why can't he use the knee or the GTS? And I ask that, but I think I already know the answer because I think they're afraid that the fans will think that he stole those moves from Daniel Bryan and CM Punk, respectively, when in reality, it's the other way around. When Hideo Itami was on the Indies and he was known as Kenta, Daniel Bryan took I think it's called the Basako knee. He took Daniel Bryan basically took that move from Kenta. He started using it. And Punk did the same thing with the GTS. Kenta is the one who did it first, and then CM Punk copied it off of him. And that was fine because he wasn't in the company at the time, and a lot of people only have eyes on WWE, and they don't really watch the indies. But why can't he use it now? Punk's not even in the company. He could at least use the GTS. And okay, maybe because of the controversial fashion in which CM Punk left WWE, they don't want to remind anybody of WWE. But he's not even on the main roster yet. I guess they don't want to remind anyone of CM Punk. But anyway, after the match, Tyler Breeze attacks Hideo Itami with his big fuzzy dildo. I'm sorry, I mean selfie stick. One of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen. The fact that not only is this a thing in professional wrestling, it's also a thing in real life. But Itami fights back and Breeze runs away. I'll give the match 2.5 stars, mostly because it was pretty quick and it was almost a squash match, but not quite, because Bull Dempsey definitely had some momentum in the beginning, and Hideo kind of came back into it. Then they announced a bunch of matches for later in the night, including the main event, which is Finn Balor versus a returning Brian Kendrick. And they show a video package of highlights from his career. And personally, I think Kendrick was at his best when he was tag team partners with Paul London, and they were tag team champions for a really long time. I really liked them as a tag team, and but Kendrick never really impressed me as a singles competitor personally. And when he was coming out with Ezekiel Jackson, I wasn't a big fan of that either. But another returning familiar face, not necessarily a bad thing. Next, we get a tag team match: the Lucha Dragons versus Jason Jordan and Ty Dillinger. During the entrance of Jason Jordan and Ty Dillinger, Solomon Crow apparently hacks the video feed. And he's backstage in an undisclosed location, and he says he's on a mission to be NXT champion. And that the last week when he broke up CJ Parker's attempt to, whatever it was, hijack the show or hold the show hostage, that was a message. And he's on a mission to be NXT champion. It was a cool little promo. And I guess the placement of it is kind of different, and it makes sense if he's supposed to be a hacker, if he's got like a hacker gimmick. So during the match, again, not a lot of memorable spots. Basically, Dillinger and Jordan have tension, and Jordan ends up walking out on the match. Dillinger gets hit with the Salida del Sol from Kalisto and the Swanton Bomb from Sin Cara, like rapid succession, and that gets them the 3 count and the win. It was a solid tag match. I'd give it 3 stars. It was pretty good, but nothing special really. I'm glad that Kalisto, at least for now, is still a masked luchador tag teaming with Sin Cara, and they have not made good on what was rumored to be their plan, where they turn him into a gay hairstylist gimmick. I'm glad they haven't done that yet. So next, Finn Balor is asked about facing Kevin Owens for the title, backstage interview segment. He says he's not looking past Brian Kendrick, and he kind of puts him over a little bit. He's like, hey, obviously the title match with Owens is important, but, tonight I'm focused on Kendrick. It was a very short segment, and then they cut back to the ring, and Ty Dillinger is demanding an explanation for his tag team partner walking out on him. But instead, Baron Corbin comes out, And big surprise, it was another squash match for Baron Corbin. He kind of reminds me of Roman Reigns a little bit, which is not really a compliment. I don't dislike him as much as Roman Reigns. He's not being shoved down my throat in the way that Roman Reigns is currently. But it's kind of like if Reigns is John Cena 2.0, then Baron Corbin is probably going to be something like Roman Reigns 2.0. I could see some similarities in their characters. Maybe they'll go a different route if he starts talking. If he starts talking more, maybe they'll have his character go a different route. But right now, he really just kind of reminds me of Roman Reigns with the big stoic powerhouse sort of gimmick. To be fair, though, Baron Corbin's swinging flatliner finisher, the End of Days, is pretty badass. I like that move, and I'm glad that it ended up being in the DLC moves pack for WWE 2K15, because it's a pretty cool move. But anyway, I give the match 1 star because it happened, but that's about it. It was just a squash. It was like 10 seconds long because it was a Baron Corbin squash match. Basically just consisted of the finisher, the End of Days. But yeah, just 1 star because you can't really get me excited about a match that is over so quickly. And next, Charlotte is backstage, and she's asked about her championship rematch against Sasha Banks, which is next week. She basically just says she's going to win. Nothing special. Honestly, I think she might need mic lessons from her dad. It was a short interview, so maybe that had something to do with it, but her delivery sounded kind of flat to me. And considering how good she is in the ring, I would like for her to be good at promos as well. But I don't know that she is right now. She might need to work on that a little bit. So Tyler Breeze, I forget exactly the setting of this, but there was a segment where right after this where Tyler Breeze was talking trash to Hideo Itami. Oh yeah, he was just kind of backstage with presumably with his cell phone, just like taking a video of himself, saying, just talking trash about Hideo Itami and how, you think he got one over on me. I don't really care about their feud. I think Tyler Breeze could be an interesting character, but he's kind of in the realm of effeminate male wrestling gimmicks, and not quite as bad as some of the other ones, but it's still something that I'm not a huge fan of. But the whole supermodel gimmick, but Hideo Itami will probably go over on him. And then they show a video package of Sami Zayn, who's apparently been cleared to compete, but instead of being on NXT TV, he was taking part in an overseas tour in a place called Abu Dhabi, I think. Definitely perhaps another flag to add to his tights, which recently he had new tights that he was coming out with, but for a while he was coming out with tights that had a bunch of flags on them, and apparently those are places that he's wrestled, which is pretty cool. It's been all around pretty cool. So next we get a Divas match between Bayley and Becky Lynch, or as I like to call her, Irish Lita, because she reminds me so much of Lita. It's ridiculous, but she's Irish. The match began, and Within seconds, I noticed that it was still happening. So it was easily longer than the tag team match on Raw. Becky Lynch hits a nice pump handle suplex on Bayley. And that's what I was referring to before. She shows you in that match how a pump handle suplex is supposed to be done. It was a lot more crisp than Roman Reigns supposedly hitting a pump handle suplex on SmackDown last week. And the commentators named it the Bexplex. I don't like that. That's fucking stupid. I'm not calling it that. It was a pump handle suplex. Becky hits a bunch of leg drops, very aggressive leg drops, and just kind of dominates Bayley. But Bayley ends up hitting a torpedo drop kick. And when I say torpedo drop kick, this is another thing that the video games have assisted me with, because some of you may already know that Sami Zayn has a pretty cool move that he used against Cesaro, and he's used it against a number of opponents since, where he's on the outside and his opponent's on the outside, and they're on different ends of the ring. And there's a corner turnbuckle that sort of separates them. So what Sami Zayn does is he runs and he jumps, he dives through the space between, I think the second turnbuckle and the bottom turnbuckle. He jumps in between the space, in between the corner, basically cutting the corner of the ring, and then grabs his opponent and hits him with a tornado DDT from like diving through the space in the corner. And the video game, WWE 2K15, refers to this move as a torpedo DDT, the torpedo DDT, and it is a special OMG moment, which you need a finisher icon to perform. Actually, you need three finisher icons to perform, because it's such an amazing move. So, to me now, the term torpedo, with regards to wrestling, refers to diving in between the space, in between turnbuckles, in the corner of the ring, from one side of the ring, outside of it, to not the parallel one, but the perpendicular side, through the corner. So Bayley does a move like that, diving through the space in between the turnbuckle, to deliver a drop kick. So it was pretty nice. I believe that in Bayley's case, she did the drop kick through the space in between the mat and the bottom turnbuckle, so probably less height than Sami Zayn gets. But Bayley makes a comeback. She looks pretty good in the match, but she ends up tapping out to sort of a modified armbar. Like, imagine Becky Lynch is sitting on Bayley's shoulder, and Bayley is face down on the mat, and Becky Lynch is sitting on her shoulder and like pulling her arm up, and her arm is like in between Becky's legs, and just pulling the arm up. And they said it was hyperextending the arm. So it was a pretty painful looking submission move. I give the match 3.5 stars, because it's much better than anything they do with the Divas on the main roster. And it's refreshing to see a Divas match that lasts longer than 2 minutes, and that obviously they care about. So after that, Rhino is interviewed backstage about why he came to NXT and made his surprise return last week. He says that NXT is what everyone has been talking about, so he tuned in and he saw intensity And then he looked at himself in the mirror and he saw the same intensity he's always had. And he says he wants to climb to the top. And he does that by ripping people in half with a gore, gore, gore. Good promo from a badass from the original ECW. So I got mad respect for Rhino, and I thought the promo was good. And then Jason Jordan is interviewed backstage about turning on his tag team partner, and he says he'll explain when he's ready. At this point in time, I don't care if he does or not. I'm sure they'll have a storyline with it, but I haven't seen enough of Ty Dillinger or Jason Jordan to care about them individually or as a tag team. So we'll have to see if they actually do something interesting with them, so that because they basically were there at this particular show to basically job to the Lucha Dragons. But maybe they'll do something good with them. And coming up next, we have the main event. Kind of comes up on you quickly because NXT usually is only an hour. And it's the Brian Kendrick versus Finn Balor. And the Brian Kendrick comes out to the same music that he came out to in WWE the last time he was in WWE. I believe it's called Man with the Plan. I wouldn't say it's bad. It's kind of catchy, but it's not one of the better wrestling theme songs, I would say. It's all right. But what was interesting about this match was that Kevin Owens joined the commentary team. But like during the entrances, he doesn't really say much. When he does start to talk, he puts over Finn Balor and says that he respects him. But he's also very much in a heel way. He's very confident that he's just gonna beat him when they face each other for the title. And fairly early on in the matchup, Kendrick makes it look like he hurt his ankle, and Balor kind of backs off, and Owens is like, "Why? What's the upside to that? Why would you give him space? And and I found it very entertaining. I was not expecting. First of all, I didn't even know Owens was going to be on commentary, but I was not expecting to like Kevin Owens' commentary as much as I did. I didn't know what his commentary was going to be like. I didn't have any expectations, good or bad, but I liked his commentary. It was very entertaining. He's like, why'd you give him space? What's the upside to that? And the other commentators try to say like, oh, it's about sportsmanship or about having honor or something like that. And he's like, no, it's about winning. It's about winning, and he's got a point, which is why I love it, because he's a heel. He's obviously a heel because like he attacks anybody and he just doesn't care, but he has the potential to still be likable and still even transition into kind of a baby face, or like almost like a I guess they call it a tweener, like in between babyface and heel, where the crowd will just react to him however they want, and it's not that he's particularly a bad guy or a good guy in booking. He's just someone who only cares about winning and doesn't feed into the whole sportsmanship thing. And he says that there's no room for remorse or compassion in wrestling. And you basically just beat your opponent down, even if it's someone that you like Sami Zayn. And there's definitely a spot when Kendrick was selling the leg that was very reminiscent of Sami Zayn's hunt for the title and his one loss to Adrian Neville, where Neville was like, he was acting like his knee was hurt, and supposedly his knee was hurt from going for the Red Arrow, but missing because Zayn rolled out of the way, and then Sami Zayn was like trying to check on Adrian Neville, and he rolled him up and pinned him. It was very reminiscent of that, and Balor almost got rolled up by Brian Kendrick, but he kicked out. But more about Kevin Owens on commentary. He had an exchange with Alex Riley talking about how he won the title and how he just like beat down Sami Zayn. And Owens ends up leaving the commentary table. He's like, I better leave before I do something I'm going to regret, like alluding to the fact that he was, presumably that he was going to kick Alex Riley's ass for daring to suggest, because Alex Riley said something about like, because they had an exchange where Owens said to Alex Riley, like, oh, you don't like my tactics, but you don't know because you're not a champion. You've never been a champion. And yeah, he's never really been a champion because he didn't really get that much of a singles push. And if I'm not mistaken, he kind of got pushed out of his in-ring career. Alex Riley, I'm talking about. If I'm not mistaken, he kind of got pushed out of his in-ring career, maybe even fired at one point for having, like, he stood up for himself backstage when he was being, like, hazed or something. Someone was, like, more or less bullying him backstage, and he stood up for himself, and it's, if I'm not mistaken, that was sort of the story, which WWE, of course, doesn't acknowledge in any way, but I think that was supposedly what had happened to Alex Riley's in-ring career. But anyway, he tells me he's never been a champion, and Alex Riley's like, yeah, but I'm a man, and as a man, I wouldn't do that to my friend, talking about what Kevin Owens did to Sami Zayn, attacking him and power bombing him into the LED board that was on the ring. But so he says that, and then after Alex Riley says that, Kevin Owens is just like, you know what? I think I better leave before I do something I'll regret. Because apparently that was so offensive that Kevin Owens wanted to beat Alex Riley's ass. So he leaves the commentary. Kendrick hits a tornado DDT off the turnbuckle for a 2 count. Pretty nice move. He goes for the sliced bread number 2, his old finisher, but Balor counters with the sling blade, which is the move that was last week on Lucha Underground. I believe Matt Striker referred to it as a biscotto. It's kind of like a spinning neck breaker type thing. JTG used to use it back when he was a member of Crime Time, actually. That was going back a while now. So Balor hits that sling blade or biscotto or whatever, and hits a drop kick, and ends up hitting the coup de grace, the diving double foot stomp for the win. And then Owens comes back out and attacks Alex Riley, that he alluded to doing minutes earlier, and then he's just kind of staring back at the ring and staring back at Finn Balor. I would give this match 3.5 stars. It was a good main event, and I'm definitely a big fan of Balor. I dig his entrance, his music. I dig his in-ring abilities, very athletic. He's even pretty good at promos. and I like the face paint thing that they do for the special shows. And it's a good thing that they only do it for the special shows, because I think otherwise it might kind of wear it out a little bit, do it too much. But I'm a big fan of Balor. The match was a little bit lacking in terms of excitement for me. Like, it could have been more exciting or more interesting. I definitely liked Kevin Owens on commentary, though, and I think he's got good mic skills, and he's surprisingly athletic. Because he's one of those guys who doesn't necessarily have the look, but he can really go in the ring, and he's very, very athletic. And I certainly would take nothing away from him. And I don't know when the title match is going to happen with Finn Balor and Kevin Owens, but I would say save that one for a special show, because it's worthy of it. And it's worthy of being one of the longer matches of the night, if not the longest, because I think there could be some really good storytelling with that match. My overall show rating for NXT was 7 out of 10. Overall, it was about the same as last week. Some good matches, but also some segments I really didn't care about, which I believe last week was kind of the inverse of that, where the matches were a little lacking, but there were some good, like, promos and story segment type stuff going on, if I remember correctly. All in all, a pretty good show. Some room for improvement, but overall pretty good. Next up, we got Lucha Underground from February 25th, 2015. And this week's episode was called Caged Animals. Obviously a reference to Cage. And to start the show, we get a recap of the title match between Cage and Prince Puma, where Cage got himself disqualified with a low blow, and then he tore the belt in half. And then the match with Johnny Mundo, that King Cuerno interfered in, that Cage won. And then Cage, a recap of Cage in the office, Dario Cueto's office, demanding a title shot from last week. We also get clips of Angela Fong, a.k.a. the Black Lotus. I didn't know her name last week. I was an idiot. I didn't look it up. And apparently she was in WWE for a time as like a backstage interviewer. I guess her role in the company wasn't that big, so she wasn't as memorable. Well, now she's fucking memorable, because she's got a really good storyline going. Really sort of dark and mysterious. And apparently she's Canadian as well. So we get clips of Angela Fong, aka Black Lotus, finding the mysterious prisoner that they won't show on camera, and they just allude to someone being locked up and it being important to the plot, and we'll see where it goes. And I like these quick recaps to start the show. They're very good for new viewers, and they don't waste a lot of time before getting right into the in-ring action. Like, they can encapsulate a very short summary of the ongoing storylines and then get right to the matches. So the first match of the night is Aerostar versus Drago. And before the match starts, Vampiro reminds us of the Matt Striker, your teacher gimmick from WWE's watered down ECW brand, which is something he did the same thing last week. Oddly enough, using the same exact line, saying, "I will always refer to you as my teacher." I don't know why they feel the need to do that. It's kind of weird, especially since Matt Striker's wrestling gimmick as your teacher wasn't that good, and it was kind of a ripoff already of, I believe, Shane Douglas. I believe it was Shane Douglas had a gimmick similar to that. But anyways, the match starts, and Aerostar sends Drago out of the ring with a head scissor takedown, followed by a running springboard splash to the outside. Pretty nice move. Drago hits a springboard tornado DDT in the ring. Another good spot. Drago catches Aerostar in the sort of the big ending / greetings from Asbury Park position up on his shoulder. And then he lifts him up and he turns and he hits him with like a face buster, like an X Factor face buster. Impressive move. Impressive, not just in the sense of strength, but also in execution. Because, 1 second he's got him up for like a running power slam or like a big ending, and then he pops him up and spins around into a face buster. It was a cool move. Drago hits a senton style suicide dive over the top rope to the outside. Impressive agility. Aerostar then hits a regular suicide dive, which they refer to as the satellite suicide dive. I don't know if there's anything different about it, but Drago hits an arm drag off the top rope. Looks pretty painful. They exchanged some pretty innovative roll-ups for 2 counts, like near falls. Not your average like schoolboy or crucifix. They're very different looking. I don't know how to describe them. But that's when the crowd started chanting, "This is awesome," and I have to agree. It was a really good match at that point. So Aerostar hits a sunset flip powerbomb to the outside on Drago, who was on the apron at the time. He kind of steps off the second rope and flips over the top rope into the sunset flip powerbomb. Pretty impressive. And this causes the crowd to chant, "Holy shit." Aerostar ends up winning with a springboard splash from the apron. After that sunset flip powerbomb to the outside, he gets him back in the ring and he hits the springboard splash from the apron for the win. And the two show respect for each other with a post-match handshake. And Dario Cueto comes out with a microphone and he says that it was a good match. It left him wanting more, but in a good way. So they're going to face each other in a best of 5 series, including the 2 matches they already had, with 1 victory each. And the winner will get a unique opportunity, in quotes, a unique opportunity. Which is just sort of vague and undefined. This match was awesome. I loved it. And I give it 4 Aerostars out of 5. I had to make that pun. Sorry. And it was good, though, because it really showed me that Aerostar is not to be taken lightly. He is a seriously talented wrestler. And I didn't know what to think about him when he first debuted in Lucha Underground, because the gimmick seemed kind of silly. It seemed like a luchador version of Stardust, because he's talking about space and all that, and saying basically, well, he didn't talk directly, but the commentators on his behalf talking about how his power comes from the stars or something like that. The gimmick I'm not a huge fan of, but they don't really play that up. They don't really play that up too much. Just something that the commentators talk about during a match. But I was really impressed with Aerostar in this match, and I was already kind of a fan of Drago. I thought he was really impressive from the match the first match I saw him in, which I believe was a triple threat. But Aerostar really impressed me in this match. So definitely had no problem putting him over. And I give it 4 Aerostars out of 5. Next we get Cage versus Prince Puma. And I have to wonder why this isn't the main event for the night. I mean, it's a non-title match featuring your babyface champion versus your monster heel, and it's for a future title match if Cage wins. So why wouldn't you want that to be the main event? I don't know. But Cage goes after Puma pretty much as soon as he gets in the ring. And he starts throwing him around. He knocks Puma to the outside with an elbow while Puma is on the apron. And the crowd starts chanting "Holy shit!" Because it looked pretty brutal. And it kind of looked like Puma was knocked out for a minute there. And Puma tries to get back in the ring, and Cage hits him with the Cesaro deadlift suplex from the apron to the ring. This is another move that's in WWE 2K15 as an OMG move. He stands up on the second rope and just deadlifts Puma into the suplex. Cage ends up catching Puma with a fall-away slam, which by itself isn't that interesting. But before he actually does the fall-away slam, he catches him, and then he does some lifts. Like he lifts him like up and down, up and down, up and down, like he's curling dumbbells in a gym. I thought that was a nice touch. It adds a little extra like arrogance to his character as a heel. Like he lifts him up and down a couple times, and he throws them into the fall-away slam. And then he hits a pretty nice sequence, Cage, I'm talking about, where he hits a power slam as a counter. Puma's running at him. He hits a power slam. He like rolls up to his feet. He rolls back up to his feet. He jumps up to the second rope and does a moonsault, which Puma rolled out of the way of, but it was a pretty cool sequence, and it showed that for a big guy, Cage can really move. You don't often see big guys with that level of athleticism and speed, and it was pretty impressive. And it definitely set Cage apart from some of the other big guy like monster heels that you see in other companies, like the WWE. It definitely was impressive that he was able to pull off such a quick and agile sequence of moves. So Prince Puma hits a springboard shooting star press from the top rope to the outside. Pretty impressive move, very risky to one's well-being, of course. He gets Cage back in the ring, and he hits the springboard 450 from the apron for a near fall. And then the crowd does more "This is awesome" chants. Puma goes for the corkscrew 450 from the top rope, but Cage rolls out of the way. Cage does a little arm circle thing for a second, and unfortunately it reminded me of Bad News Boring. And he hits the discus clothesline, which reminds me of Luke Harper, for a false finish. It was near fall. It looked like, maybe it was about to win, but it was a long 2 count. And Cage hits a pump handle face buster, pretty brutal move, for another near fall. And then he puts him in the Brock Lock, which is when he grabs his leg and bends it over his neck, and he stands up and he stretches him out. Puts him in the Brock lock, and Conan comes out. Who is supposed to be Puma's manager, but Cage busted him open, and they thought Conan wasn't there, but Conan comes out, and Cage hits the gory flatliner, picks him up in a gory bomb position, and then transitions them into a flatliner. Pretty brutal move. And apparently that move is called the Weapon X, which I think is a Wolverine reference. I guess Cage might be a big fan of X-Men. But instead of going for the pin like you normally would, he just starts punching him while he's on the ground. And what ends up happening is Conan throws in the towel. I didn't care for this finish. I feel like it should have been a pinfall, but I guess they're trying to do something with a storyline, so they had it be as Conan throwing in the towel, but it was still a great match, and it was another 4-star match in my opinion, which is definitely a good rating, definitely a positive rating. Some of the moves weren't quite as crisp as the moves in the first match of the show, which the Aerostar Drago match, but it was still a very compelling match, good storytelling, and it was full of awesome spots. Cage is a beast, and Prince Puma basically defies gravity. So it's kind of like the ultimate speed versus power thing, but Cage has some speed too, so it's pretty awesome. Backstage, after the commercial break, we get a quick segment where Conan is telling Puma that he did him a favor by throwing in the towel, and he basically alludes to a plan, presumably a plan for the title match. Puma just kind of shakes his head, and he doesn't look happy. And then they cut to Sexy Star in Dario Cueto's office. And they're talking in Spanish with English subtitles. And Sexy Star says she's tired of men coming to rescue her, and she says she can handle it on her own. Cueto sets up a match between her and Big Rick, a.k.a. Ezekiel Jackson, next week. He promises that no one will interfere. And he says that the winner will get to fight the Crew in a 3-on-1 handicap match, I suppose. And just with these two segments, Lucha Underground again proves that they can do more with like 2 minutes of screen time. They can do more with 2 minutes than WWE does in like a half hour, because WWE like drags out all their promos, and it's always in talking in the ring and talking backstage, and so much talking just to get to a simple point that Lucha Underground just gets to rapid fire with edited segments, edited backstage segments that rarely last more than a minute. And they do perfect jobs of setting up matches. Like in the segment with Sexy Star and Dario Cueto, you've set up a match, which will set up another match. You've basically alluded to 2 matches, and you've set them up perfectly in like 45 seconds. It's ridiculous how time efficient Lucha Underground is in that sense. So next we get a match between a guy named Vinny Massaro versus Pentagon Jr. And Vinny Massaro, the commentators say something about an MMA background, and he's introduced as being from Sicily. And something that I was reminded of with his last name, I don't think he's any relation to Ashley Massaro, who used to be a WWE diva, because his looks. Basically, he looks more like he's related to Balls Mahoney from ECW. Just looks-wise, that's the closer resemblance. And Pentagon Jr. comes out, and he tells the ring announcer to say that he dedicates this match to his master, who, of course, we still don't know who that is. And they're probably building up towards some kind of big reveal, and it should be interesting to see who that ends up being. So Pentagon goes over pretty quickly with a move that I would call a half Nelson package driver. Not a move you see every day. Oddly enough, though, one of Vinny Massaro's shoulders was up off the mat during the entire pinfall. And I guess that was just like they sort of botched the pin, but his shoulder was quite clearly up. I feel like the referee should have like not counted, and then Pentagon would have probably just pushed him down a little bit and just changed the cover, and then he could have had the 3 count. But the camera angle, I mean, I guess with the camera angle, I could be wrong about that, but it looked pretty clear that it was that it was up off the mat. But anyway, Pentagon gets a table and sets Vinny Massaro up on it. Wait, no. I read that wrong. Pentagon gets a table and he sets up Vinny Massaro on the top rope. Sets him up on the top rope, facing out, and he sets him up for a power bomb through it, and he power bombs him through the table. And then he ends up snapping the arm with, I guess it's his submission move that basically the commentators are building up. This submission move that Pentagon Jr. is using in his matches. And the crowd chants Cero Mierdo, which I believe means zero fear. It was basically just a squash match. We didn't get to see much of this Vinny Massaro guy. I don't know if he's going to ever be seen again in Lucha Underground, but I give it 2.5 stars. Not a super positive rating, but I am curious to see who Pentagon Jr.'s master is. And I think a lot of the people who watch Lucha Underground are. And that's one of the positive things about Lucha Underground for sure, is that they keep you guessing, and they have these very mysterious storylines that keep you interested, as well as great wrestling. So it's a win-win all around. They have compelling storylines that leave you wondering what's next, and then they have great in-ring wrestling. So I can't put over Lucha Underground enough. I love it. I think it's the best wrestling show all around on TV right now. Next we get the main event, King Cuerno versus Johnny Mundo. Some of you who don't watch Lucha Underground may know Johnny Mundo as John Morrison or Johnny Nitro from WWE and from the tag team M&M. And the other member of that tag team, Joey Mercury, is now in J&J Security. But anyway, Mundo hits a nice double spin sideways senton to Cuerno on the outside. Matt Striker calls it a double side spin, but just for fun, I'm calling it the barrel roll. So maybe he had what was his name, Pepe, in his ear going, "Do a barrel roll," from Star Fox. Anyway, he hits a spear for a 2 count, which kind of proves my point that everyone and their mother uses the spear, because Johnny Mundo, aka John Morrison, aka Johnny Nitro, used the spear. Not really as necessarily a signature or a finisher, but yeah, basically everyone uses a spear. I'm looking at you, Roman Reigns. Like I said, he can hit a pretty nice spear, but the spear is kind of overused. Anyway, Johnny Mundo hits the Moonlight Drive, and he sets up for the End of the World, aka Starship Pain. For some reason, Moonlight Drive, he didn't change the name of from WWE. I think it was always called that, the Moonlight Drive, which is basically a corkscrew neck breaker. But for some reason, the Starship Pain, he doesn't call it Starship Pain in Lucha Underground. It's called the End of the World. But when he goes for it, King Cuerno knocks him to the outside. Cuerno hits the suicide dive, knocking Johnny Mundo into the guardrail. And the crowd chants, "Holy shit," again. Cuerno hits another suicide dive through the ropes, closer to the corner this time. Not quite a torpedo, because it wasn't from the outside to the outside. But he was closer to the corner in the turnbuckle. And he knocks Mundo into the ringside announce table, which prompted more "This is awesome" chants. And apparently he knocked off Vampiro's headset, so Matt Striker was the only one on commentary for a minute or so after that. Cuerno hits a third suicide dive, and this time it looks like they're both knocked out on the outside. And I think that if a wrestling match is going to be repetitive, this is probably the best way to do it. By having the repetition be of something that is more dramatic, that is something a little bit crazier, like a suicide dive. And again, I mean, it's always better to have more variation than to have it just be repetitive. But if your match is going to be repetitive, I would say have it be repetitive in the sense of repeating moves that are dramatic and interesting. Unfortunately, the finish is a double count out from the third suicide dive. So the match is ruled a draw, but Cuerno and Mundo just don't care. They keep fighting on the outside. Mundo pushes Cuerno into a cameraman and then hits a torpedo suicide dive. Again, diving through the space in between the turnbuckles. The bottom and the middle turnbuckle. Much like Sami Zayn's DDT, but like a suicide dive. I believe Matt Striker called it an angular dive, something like that. But anyway, Mundo hits basically a kick that's a lot like Kofi Kingston's Trouble in Paradise. And they start fighting, and they fight all the way up the stairs in the arena, or the temple as they call it. Cuerno hits the referee because the referee kind of tries to like stop the fighting. Cuerno doesn't like that because he's a heel. And it looks like Mundo, it gets a little hard to see because of the the lighting and whatnot. But it looks like, it basically looks like Cuerno is trying to do some kind of running move to Johnny Mundo, and he counters it into like a power slam, and that power slam ends up crashing into some kind of chain link cage wall or fence or something like that, and knocking it over. And the crowd chants "Holy shit" again, and then the show basically ends after they crash into like the cage wall thing, whatever that was supposed to be, and it actually ends with like credits, but then there's a teaser that there's a teaser of like a car, and then the trunk opens up and Black Lotus is in the trunk of the car, and you hear a voice asking her what she knows about Lucha Libre, and then you see a guy in a luchador mask for like a split second saying, "Come with me," and then it ends. So I don't know where that's going, which is probably a good thing. It's probably a good thing to keep me guessing. It was kind of a weird teaser, but I am definitely curious to see where it's going. Like, you know, the other mysterious storylines in Lucha Underground, I'm curious about it. I guess we'll find out more next week. But anyway, I give the main event match 3.5 stars if you count only from bell to bell. Because it was good, but a little bit repetitive. What with the 3 suicide dives. Again, if you're going to be repetitive in a match, that's a better way to do it. But if I take into account the brawling after the match, I would give the whole part, the whole thing together, I would give that 4 stars. Just for adding that little extra bit of like a hardcore element to it. And my overall show rating for Lucha Underground this week is 8 out of 10. Very good show, great matches, and only a few minor flaws. So a very good rating. And now we come to WWE SmackDown for February 26th, 2015. Daniel Bryan starts the show by coming out to a huge pop, and they show a slideshow from his match with Reigns at Fastlane, and Michael Cole actually said the W word. I was under the impression, as were many wrestling critics, that the W word, wrestler, was banned from WWE because they're not wrestlers, they're sports entertainers. But in the context, he calls the match Daniel Bryan, the wrestler, versus Roman Reigns, the powerhouse. So Daniel Bryan comes out, and the crowd is chanting yes, but Daniel Bryan starts chanting, or not really chanting, but yelling no. And then he says, I used to say that because I felt like I wasn't being given opportunities. And I felt like there was no one in my corner. And then he says, I was wrong because you, the fans, you gave me opportunities and you were in my corner. Which is pretty good. Pretty good moment for Daniel Bryan to sort of connect with the fans in a way, as if he needs it. But he recaps the fact that he won the title at WrestleMania 30, but he had to relinquish it due to his injury. He says he had a second chance at Fastlane, but he failed. It's more like WWE wouldn't let him go over because they're so intent on pushing Reigns. But anyway, he asks the question, is the Yes Movement dead? And the crowd chants, no, no, no. And then Daniel Bryan joins in, and he starts chanting no. And he says he's got plans for WrestleMania, but he's interrupted by Bad News Boring. And Barrett says he's got some bad news for him. And he says he doesn't deserve the spotlight, and neither does Dean Ambrose. He tells Bryan to get out of the ring, but Dean Ambrose comes out with the belt and attacks Barrett. Bryan picks up the belt, and this had me screaming at my TV. I'm like, no, 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 don't do it. Don't go anywhere near that belt. I was like screaming at my TV practically, telling him not to go near that thing because I do not want the Intercontinental title anywhere near Daniel Bryan because it will kill his chances of a main event run. Like maybe I'm paranoid about it, but I don't think the IC belt would do Daniel Bryan any good, and it would be at best, it would be a consolation prize to all the disappointed Daniel Bryan fans who wanted to see him win the world title at WrestleMania this year. So I'm practically yelling at my TV for Daniel Bryan not to touch the thing, but Barrett gets back in the ring and he demands his belt back. Ambrose gets back in the ring just in time for Daniel Bryan to give Barrett back the belt, and then Ambrose and Bryan kind of double team him really quick, and Ambrose takes the belt back, even though it's not rightfully his. Honestly, the promo to start out with Daniel Bryan was pretty good, but then after Barrett came out, this segment just went downhill. And I don't want Daniel Bryan anywhere near that title. My only hope is that they'll change the way that the Intercontinental Championship is booked, so that they can have Ambrose win the title at WrestleMania and have it actually mean something, rather than it basically being a bulletproof glass ceiling for his career. And next we get a match, sort of transitioning from the segment, which is Dean Ambrose versus The Miz. The Miz comes out without Damien Mizdow, and the commentators suggest that Mizdow is shooting the commercial that he talked about on Raw. Miz hits the backbreaker, neckbreaker combo for a lame 2 count. Ambrose does a running elbow into the corner, followed by a bulldog, which had me raising my eyebrow because it looked suspiciously like CM Punk's signature Shining Wizard and bulldog out of the corner, which he later turned into a Shining Wizard into a short arm clothesline. It was kind of weird. Weirdly reminiscent of CM Punk, which isn't necessarily a bad thing because I'm a CM Punk fan, even after he's not in the company anymore or in the business. But now that he's in UFC, signed with UFC, which I don't necessarily think. I don't know if CM Punk's going to do well in the UFC. I guess it depends on who he's fighting, but I like CM Punk as a professional wrestler. I like him as a wrestler, and I like him as an entertainer. I think he's really entertaining. So it's not a bad thing to remind me of CM Punk. It's just a little weird that they're doing that with Dean Ambrose, and I'm kind of under the impression that WWE overall doesn't necessarily have a positive view of CM Punk, seeing as how, he left the company, and for a long time people were chanting CM Punk even after he left. So I always got the feeling WWE has some animosity towards Punk. And if that's the case, then deliberately reminding us of Punk with Ambrose, kind of not a good sign. Maybe it didn't mean anything, but Bad News Boring comes back out to try and get his championship belt back. Kind of distracts Ambrose. Miz goes for the skull-crushing finale, but Ambrose counters, and he hits the rebound lariat and the Dirty Deeds DDT for the win. But Barrett gets his belt back. The match was pretty short, and despite Ambrose being Ambrose, it was kind of boring overall. Not really his fault. But like I said, Dean Ambrose's presence improves everything. So I'll be more on the generous side and give it a 2.5 stars. 2.5 stars. Mostly because of Dean Ambrose, but I'm not a big fan of The Miz, and I don't care too much for this whole Barrett and the belt storyline where Ambrose steals the belt and then Barrett steals it back. And right after the match, not immediately, I guess there was a commercial break. Backstage, Renee Young goes to ask Bad News Boring about getting his belt back. He basically says he's better than Ambrose, and he's better than Ambrose, and he's better than Daniel Bryan, and he says he's never letting the belt out of his sight. It was a short segment, and I don't really care about it. Next match, we get Naomi versus Natalya with the tag teams at ringside. The Usos out there for Naomi, and the tag team champions Cesaro and Kid out there for Natalya. And during the entrances, the commentators are already talking about total garbage, which is not a good sign. They recapped the match from Raw with the tag team title match from Raw. Not the Divas tag team match from Raw, because that would only be loosely related, and recapping it would take more time than actually showing the match in its entirety. I really hated that match, and I really hated what that means for WWE, that match. So if it seems like I'm harping on it, it's for a reason. Basically the match between Naomi and Natalya was pretty decent length for a Divas match. It wasn't like 20 minutes or anything like that. It was definitely longer than the tag match, again. But none of the spots really stood out to me. The tag teams kind of got into it on the outside, and Natalya ended up going over with the discus clothesline, which I believe she calls the Natty by Nature. And she did that, and it was supposedly after like feigning a leg injury or an ankle injury from like what she was selling after the tag match on Raw. I give this match 2 stars because it wasn't extremely bad, but still WWE seriously needs to start caring about their Divas division, because this definitely did not improve matters very much. It was not much better. So next segment, Rusev comes out and talks about being an American champion, even though he's Bulgarian and pretending to be Russian. He says he doesn't have to agree with anyone else's. He doesn't have to agree to anyone else's terms, meaning John Cena's request for a rematch at WrestleMania. And he and Lana make fun of John Cena for losing at Fastlane. He says it's just like Americans to give up when it gets rough, even though the commentators make sure to remind you that he didn't tap out because he never gives up. It's like, it's part of his thing. Oh, I never give up, which is so tired and overplayed. But anyway, Lana makes fun of him for, quote, falling asleep on the job and slipping into unconsciousness, which I dig. I dig Lana's promos. Great heel, great promo cutter. And they show alleged emails from Vladimir Putin, and it's in Russian. So Lana's like, oh, I'm sorry, you stupid Americans don't speak Russian, so I'll translate to your primitive language. Lana's great. They need more Lana. More Lana. She's amazing. So she translates and is basically just saying how great Rusev is and how Vladimir Putin is proud of him, which obviously it's kayfabe. It's bullshit. I'm pretty sure Vladimir Putin has other things to do besides watch wrestling and, you know, write emails to Rusev telling him how great he is and all that. After all, there is a narrative floating around about how Vladimir Putin is up on a spaceship with Matthew McConaughey and Brent Spiner, and they had an epic battle with a sentient taco and burrito. And if you understand what I'm talking about, you're awesome. There's something of not necessarily an obscure reference, but certainly not something that everyone watching this video is going to get. Anyway, Rusev says he'll have a great match at WrestleMania, but it won't be against Cena. Yeah, right. After all this buildup, they're just going to have Rusev versus some random jobber. Like, they'll have like Rusev versus Zack Ryder at WrestleMania after all this build. Honestly, that would be a great troll. That would be a great troll move. Or Bo Dallas. Yes. Yes. That's what I want now. I want Cena to not even be on the WrestleMania card. Maybe you could throw him in the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal. I don't care. But I want at WrestleMania 31 for the United States Championship, Rusev versus maybe issuing an open challenge, and it ends up being accepted by a surprise return of Bo Dallas. Believe. Oh man, I don't know. I don't know what the status or status. How do I pronounce it? I don't know what the status is of Bo Dallas right now. I think he's out on injury, but I want him to come back because I miss Bo Dallas's great promos where he would just come out and just troll somebody. Like when Daniel Bryan was out on injury, but he was on a segment on the show, and Bo Dallas came out and was like, oh, you can't compete and you have to give up your title or whatever. Man, that's got to be a pain in the neck. Oh man, I miss Bo Dallas. His gimmick is so entertaining. I can't wait for him to come back. I'm assuming he'll come back eventually. That would be a great match. Bo Dallas versus Rusev at WrestleMania for the title. Oh, that would be great. Anyway, then Jack Swagger comes out and basically suggests that Rusev is just scared. You know, he's just scared of John Cena, and he's scared of having a real fight. So so Swagger and Rusev fight for the 15th time. It's not an official match. It's just sort of an in-ring brawl type thing. And Rusev obviously just lays him out with like super kicks and stuff, like little side kick he does. And he puts him in the camel clutch. And that's pretty much it. That's pretty much the end of the segment. I don't really care about Rusev and Swagger. I don't even really care about Swagger and Cena, but I've said it before and I'll say it again. At least it's setting up for WrestleMania, another WrestleMania where John Cena isn't in the main event title picture. I guess he's in the U.S. title picture because the title will probably be on the line, but he's not in the main event title picture. He's not in the world title picture. Unfortunately, in last year's WrestleMania, he buried a damn good wrestler, but luckily for Bray Wyatt, he's one of the few people who's been able to be built back up after being buried by Cena. Very few people do that. Most people, like even Damian Sandow to this day, still suffering the effects of being buried by Cena with that cash in. So hey, this sets up for another WrestleMania where Cena isn't in the world title picture. So that I'm happy about. Even if the feud itself, the match itself, I don't really care about, and it's pretty predictable. I'm at least glad that Cena's not doing anything important, and that I may not like Roman Reigns all that much either, but at least it's someone new and slightly better. Slightly better. I mean, John Cena is a unique brand of suckage, but it's really hard to be as bad as Cena. But yeah. So anyway, the next match we get is Daniel Bryan versus Bad News Boring. And once again, R-Truth is on commentary, much to my chagrin. I don't hate R-Truth. It's just that his character is stale, and I don't find him to be all that entertaining. But it looks like they might maybe do something a little different. Instead of just doing a one-on-one match between Barrett and Ambrose at WrestleMania, they might change it up a little bit. They might make it a triple threat with R-Truth getting involved in the match, getting thrown in there, or possibly a fatal four-way, and maybe have Dolph Ziggler in there as well, or Daniel Bryan. Again, I don't want Daniel Bryan anywhere near that title if it's going to be booked the way it's been booked. Yeah, during this match, I was distracted a lot by R-Truth's commentary. It was a lot of like failed attempts at comedy, and it was just really, it's just really not funny. And the rest of the commentary team is awful anyway. Like, it's bad enough. You got Michael Cole and Byron Saxton wasn't impressing me either. But the match was pretty much back and forth until at one point Barrett got distracted because the title belt was supposed to be on the mat, like in the corner under the turnbuckle, but it was on the floor for some reason. So he got distracted. He's like, "Where's the belt? Where's the belt?" And So Bryan hits the suicide dive, and he ends up locking Bad News Barrett in the yes lock. And while that's happening, R-Truth just comes up and steals the belt, which had been, I guess it had been knocked to the floor at some point. Bad News Barrett, when he got distracted, he saw that it was there, and he put it back where it belonged, I guess. But while Barrett was in the yes lock, R-Truth stole the title belt and stashed it somewhere. I didn't see where he stashed it, but he was hiding it. And Barrett gets to the ropes while in the yes lock. And then he ends up setting up the arm circles, but with the elbow pad. But he gets caught with the knee plus, the Basako knee or something like that. The running knee for the win. So Daniel Bryan wins, and Bad News Boring loses another non-title match. And then he starts sulking about the fact that he misplaced the title once again. The match was okay, thanks largely to Daniel Bryan doing his thing, but it wasn't anything special. I'd give it 3 stars, and I just want to say that even though I'm not a fan of Barrett, I kind of feel bad for him. I feel bad for the way he's being booked, because it's pretty much the same way that Intercontinental Champions have been booked for the past several months, where they'll lose non-title matches on Raw and on SmackDown, and they'll either lose all their non-title matches and then win their title matches, or they'll lose the title matches too, and the belt will just change hands back and forth, like how they had that belt change hands between Dolph Ziggler and The Miz a couple times, one of which was a 24-hour title reign for The Miz. Like The Miz won the title at one of the pay-per-views, and then Ziggler won it the next night on Raw in a rematch. Like, it's just ridiculous how they're booking that title. And even though I'm not a fan of Barrett, I feel bad for him the way he's being booked, because he's being looked to look like a chump, like a loser, not that, like he lost to R-Truth, he lost to Daniel Bryan. Is losing left and right, and oh yeah, didn't he also lost to Ziggler on Raw. So yeah, I feel bad for the way he's being booked. Even though I don't find him that entertaining, still, he has my sympathy. So next we get Byron Saxton interviewing Roman Reigns backstage about being number 1 contender and facing Lesnar at WrestleMania. They play the clip of Paul Heyman suggesting that he could beat all those all-time greats, and pisses me off. But of course they also show the part that I fast forwarded through, which is when he said that, oh, you could probably beat all these greats, but you can't beat Brock Lesnar. And then Mr. Monotone, in his typical awkward cadence, like he says he's tired of being told what he can do. And he's like awkwardly like nodding his head along with his awkward cadence. And I can't, I'm so tired of being told what I can't do. Hey, Roman, here's something you can't do. Wrestle! And cut a good promo. And if you want to prove me wrong, like you keep saying, oh, you want to prove people wrong because they keep telling you what you can't do. If you want to prove me wrong, fucking do it. Get better in the ring. Get better at cutting promos. Try not sounding like a fucking robot every time you're on the microphone. And if you do that, it'll get better. People will boo you less. People will come over to your side and support you. And you'll win people like me over if you can actually add some moves to your moveset. If you can actually cut a promo like a normal human being instead of sounding like a fucking robot every single time. So if you want to prove me wrong, and if you want to prove all your critics wrong, do that. Legitimately get better. But in the meantime, you're not proving anybody wrong just because you're being put over in kayfabe matches and storylines. Just because WWE is booking you to beat Daniel Bryan, and just because WWE is going to book you to beat Brock Lesnar is not going to win anybody over. It's not going to silence any critics. It's not going to do you any favors in the long run, because all it is booking and kayfabe. And booking and kayfabe cannot change when someone is lacking in in-ring ability and doesn't cut good promos. What fixes that is when you actually work on it. When you actually work on adding some moves to your moveset. When you actually work on, maybe getting some acting lessons. Maybe trying to feel out your character so that you can get more in touch with the fans by just being more relatable and being more in tune with what your character is supposed to be, so that when you cut a promo, you can sound like a normal human being instead of a pre-programmed cyborg with a little wind up in your back. And it's like, oh, time for another Roman Reigns promo. Let's wind him up and put in his what he's gonna say, and he's just gonna read it out like those text to speech apps. Like on the computer, like Microsoft Sam and all that stuff. In fact, those things probably emote more than Roman Reigns does when cutting a promo. If you like transcribe one of Roman Reigns' promos and plug that in to like a Microsoft Sam type program and have the computer read it out, that probably sounds more natural and more emotional than the actual Roman Reigns promo. And that is why he has critics. And that is why people are saying he's not ready to be a top guy, because right now his promos suck and his in-ring ability is not what it should be. He doesn't have as much variety in his moveset to really make him seem like he's that good of a wrestler. It's just clothesline, punch, clothesline, punch, clothesline, punch, clothesline, punch, Superman punch, spear, and then the end. If you want to prove your critics wrong, if you want people to not tell you what you can't do, just do it. Like Nike, just do it. It's not a matter of winning. It's not a matter of being booked to win, because we know wrestling is fake. We know it's a work. We know that the outcomes are predetermined. It's not a matter of winning. It's about getting better. It's about improving your performance in the ring and improving your ability to deliver a good promo. And I've heard that in response to his critics, sort of outside the ring, he said something along the lines of, oh, well, if they've been in the ring, they shouldn't talk. They shouldn't have any right to talk. Guess what? I've never been in the ring, but I have an opinion. I've been watching wrestling long enough to know a good wrestler when I see one. I've been watching wrestling long enough to know something entertaining when I see it. So when I see Roman Reigns, I don't see a good wrestler. I don't see an entertaining character or an entertaining product. I see potential, but I don't see it being used or being capitalized. All I see is a Samoan tough guy who has potential, but is not being used very well. Being pushed, being kind of shoved down our throats, but not used in a way that really makes him entertaining. And that is why you have critics, Roman Reigns. That is why people have been critical of you and have been saying that you're not ready to be a top guy. So if you want to prove all your critics wrong, prove all your detractors wrong, and be a worthy top guy in WWE, improve on your moveset. Get some more power moves in there. The Superman punch is a pretty good move. The way he hit the spear is pretty nice. But add to that. Put more on top of that. Add layers. And just try to just sound more natural in your promos. I don't know how you could really teach that necessarily, but it would help a great deal. So anyway, Roman Reigns kind of awkwardly tries to tell a joke about, the guy asks him, Byron Saxton asks him, oh, how are you going to prepare for your title match at WrestleMania? And he tries to tell a joke about how he's going to take a cruise and maybe sip on a tropical drink or something. But the thing is, his voice doesn't change to suggest that he's joking. It's a very flat delivery of a joke. And not even necessarily in the straight man delivery style, but just monotone. And this is what I'm talking about. He's supposed to be telling a joke, but you can't even tell he's joking until he says, well, obviously I have to train really hard. It's like, that was supposed to be a joke? Because it wasn't funny. And his voice didn't even sound like he was joking. But he goes on kind of a rambling. He goes on kind of a ramble where he talks about how he has to train really hard and he has to scout tapes of Lesnar's matches, and how he has to get advice from his family. Obviously, he's related to The Rock and all the practically all of the Samoan wrestlers. And it just goes on for so long. He just keeps talking and talking, and it got boring. And that pretty much sums up the segment. It was long, it was drawn out, and it was boring. So next we get Fandango versus Curtis Axel. After a backstage segment, they do a little backstage segment where R-Truth ends up giving the Intercontinental title belt to Dean Ambrose, back to Dean Ambrose, and they kind of pretend like the actual championship has changed hands twice. Like, R-Truth having the belt means he took, he had a match and he beat Barrett for the title. And then Ambrose asks for the belt back and he hands it back to him and he's like, hey, 2 title changes in one night. SmackDown's on fire. That was kind of a short segment. Not too great. But next we get a promo from Curtis Axel about how he's still in the Royal Rumble match as he's coming out. And there's actually a clock that appears on the Titantron, and he botches the line. He misreads the number of days as the number of hours. The number of hours happened to be 0 at that time. It was just a number of days. And then 0 hours and however many minutes. So he botched the line. And then also apparently Fandango is in the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal as well. During the match, Curtis Axel keeps chanting Axelmania, Axelmania ad nauseum. And it ended up Fandango went over with the leg drop. Nice leg drop. Very good leg drop. It was a short match. It was kind of a squash, honestly. But of course, it was a nice leg drop finish. So I'd give this particular match 2 stars. And then we get a pretty terrible backstage segment with The Miz. He interrupts a commercial shoot with Damien Mizdow, and he basically steals his spotlight, and now Miz is going to be in the commercial instead. But I mean, this whole act sucks, and I can only hope that they do something good with Damien after he breaks away from The Miz, but I doubt it. And then we get Adam Bitch Boy Rose. I can't stand this guy. He is the epitome of the horrible, effeminate male wrestler gimmick. He's the worst of them all. Versus Goldust. And during Adam Rose's entrance, they have a pre-recorded picture-in-picture promo that shows Adam Rose with his annoying entourage of costumed idiots. And he's saying he'll be in the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal and that he's going to win. I would have preferred Adam Rose just not be on the show at all, because his gimmick is the quintessential effeminate male wrestler gimmick, and it makes me violently ill. It's horrible. But actually, Goldust goes over pretty quickly with the final cut. Honestly, if there was going to be an Adam Rose squash match, I would have preferred it be someone more brutal, someone like a Bray Wyatt. But it at least was nice to see Adam Rose lose a match pretty quickly. After the match, one of the Rosebuds, dressed as a sock monkey, attacks Goldust, and they unmask, and to no one's surprise, it's Stardust. Because this turns out to be another match to advance the Goldust and Stardust program for WrestleMania. He hits him with the crossroads in the ring. And then the segment ends and they go to Bray Wyatt. They cut to Bray Wyatt doing another promo for The Undertaker. And like I've said before, this kind of promo is good, but it's just been too many of them. There's just been too many of them. It's gotten to the point where I just want to see the match. I don't care about the actual promos anymore. At least not until Undertaker shows up. Like, if Undertaker actually shows up, like on Raw, and cuts a promo against Bray Wyatt, then I'll start caring more about the promos, because it'll be a back and forth. But just this kind of monologuing, Bray Wyatt monologuing to the Undertaker is not interesting to me anymore. But the match, the Goldust Adam Rose match, was 2.5 stars in my book, because it was basically a squash match, like the one with Fandango and Curtis Axel, but it was Adam Rose losing, so it gets an extra 0.5 star for that. And next we get more of the team bullshit. The rematch from Fastlane of the 6-man tag match, Dolph Ziggler, Eric Rowan, and Ryback versus Seth Rollins, Big Slow, and Kane. Honestly, do I even need to say anything about this? Because this is like the 100th time that this match has happened in some form or another. since Survivor Series, which was like 3 or 4 months ago, is it's kind of ridiculous. But my overall summary of the match was it was all right for what it was. Not main event material, in my opinion. The end result was Ryback going over on Rollins with the shell-shocked finisher. It got kind of chaotic near the end of the match, and that was kind of interesting. There was a lot of sort of interference happening, and you know, some signature moves happening towards the end. So I'll be generous and give it 3 stars, because it was, I mean, it was better than my expectations, but I'm just tired of seeing this same team match like over and over again. And they seriously need to cut it out, because it's way past time to move on to something else with these guys. To I don't know, you can make a tag team involving 1 or 2 of them, or you can just do something else with them. I think is what they should do. My overall show rating for SmackDown was 4 out of 10. It was a little bit better match-wise than Raw, but not a lot of it was something that I was really invested in. A lot of the storylines just kind of fell flat. And next up, we got TNA Impact from February 27th, 2015. And we get we start off with a replay of the gauntlet from last week, and how Kurt Angle almost won, but he was eliminated by MVP via shenanigans with the Beatdown Clan, and that's why MVP will be challenging Lashley for the TNA World Heavyweight title in the main event. Angle comes out to the ring, and he calls out Lashley. Lashley comes out right away. And Angle says he got screwed by the BDC, and Lashley just stood there and did nothing, because he was out at ringside watching the match. And Angle says he wants a title match, and he hopes Lashley is still the champion after the main event. But he's not going to help that happen, because he's going to do the same thing to Lashley that Lashley did to him last week, which is nothing. Just going to stand by and watch the match. And the BDC comes out, and Samoa Joe gets on the mic, and he wishes Lashley luck in the title match. But he says luck won't be a factor. Then we get more "you sold out" chants, which, again, I'm tired of, mostly because of the WWE crowd. And Lashley kind of picks up the mic and says, "You sold out," to Samoa Joe. And then Samoa Joe starts kind of arguing about who sold out, because, you know, Lashley turned his back on the BDC. MVP gets on the mic, and he says that Lashley is alone, but they are united. And he says they're united like the 4 fingers on this fist that are going to punch you in the face, which I think was a 4 Horsemen reference. Which, as much as I like the BDC as a heel faction, they don't compare to the 4 Horsemen. Honestly, no one does. But anyway, next EC3 and Tyrus come out for a match against Mr. Anderson and Rockstar Spud. Mr. Anderson calls down his microphone, and he introduces himself, and then Rockstar Spud kind of grabs the mic and says, "And Rockstar Spud." And then Anderson's like, "Yeah, and Rockstar Spud." And they run to the ring, and they start the match. And Tyrus, a.k.a. Brodus Clay, starts the match with like a skull cap on. And Anderson tells the referee to make him take it off. And it's like, ooh, he's bald. It's so embarrassing because they shaved his head last week. And then Tyrus ends up hitting a world's strongest slam on Rockstar Spud, despite the fact that, last I checked, he isn't Mark Henry. Although, with the bald head and the beard, he kind of looks like him. But anyway, the crowd starts chanting, "We want Spud," to which I have to ask, why? I mean, I guess they were on the UK tour, so they wanted to see their British hometown heroes, but I just personally don't find Rockstar Spud to be all that entertaining. Certainly not as entertaining as he's hyped up to be. But eventually he gets tagged in, and he hits a move that's apparently called the Underdog, which is Spike Dudley's finisher, his acid drop finisher from back in the day. He hits that move on Tyrus. EC3 attacks him, and the referee tries to get him back in the corner, and EC3 is arguing with the referee, which allows Anderson to hit a low blow and the mic check finisher, the flatliner, on Tyrus, which allows Rockstar Spud to get the pin. I give this match 2.5 stars because, to be fair, I don't care about Rockstar Spud or EC3's head shaving fetish. And the in-ring action, while not terrible, wasn't very crisp. So 2.5 stars for that. Next, they replay highlights from when Lashley joined up with MVP and Kenny King from last year, and how he won the world title with their help the first time last summer, I believe. And they use it to start building up for the main event and to catch people up who weren't watching TNA at that time. So pretty good recap to sort of build towards the title match. And backstage, EC3 is freaking out. He's yelling about how he's going to shave Rockstar Spud's head, and he certainly is trying to make me care about it. But again, I just don't see how a head shaving storyline matters all that much, just personally. So next, Taryn Terrell comes out, the TNA Knockouts champion, and she cuts a promo about being champion, and she says that if Awesome Kong wants her title, then come and get it now. And pretty ballsy move, calling out Awesome Kong, being the badass female competitor that she is. Gail Kim comes out instead, and she says, Gail Kim says that she respects her, as in Taryn, but she says that Taryn doesn't know what she's getting herself into. She says that Awesome Kong is the toughest woman ever in professional wrestling, which I don't disagree with, but I think you could have a debate on that topic, possibly bring up some other names. She references the cage match against Havoc, and how Awesome Kong won that. And she references Awesome Kong taking years off her career in the past. And she asks Taryn if she's sure she wants to call out that monster tonight. And Taryn says she respects Gail, but she's a fighter, and she needs to fight Kong. So Gail Kim kind of says okay and leaves the ring. And Taryn poses with the title, and then the lights go out, and Awesome Kong appears in the ring, Undertaker style, and they fight, which mostly consists of Taryn trying to attack Awesome Kong, but Awesome Kong no-sells it, and ends up hitting Taryn Terrell with the implant buster, and she holds up the belt, and the commentators say that Awesome Kong could pretty much take that belt anytime she wants. And this should definitely be interesting, setting up a title match between these two. But it's really hard for me to imagine Taryn retaining against Awesome Kong because she's a beast. I felt like the promos, the back and forth between Taryn and Gail were a little bit weak. Maybe my standards are too high, but I can't remember the last time a women's promo really like blew me away in terms of believability and emotion. Maybe Sexy Star in Lucha Underground when she cut that promo on Chavo Guerrero, the one that was like mostly in Spanish with subtitles. But of the two in the segment, I would say that Taryn definitely seemed like she was trying to sound badass. She definitely was putting more effort into it. And Gail Kim sounded a bit flat to me, kind of stiff, like she was reading from a cue card, but that's just my opinion. Overall, it was a pretty good segment, and it should be an interesting title match. Backstage, there's a quick little segment where the BDC are in like a locker room or something, and they're about to talk about, they're about to talk about their game plan for the main event. And they notice that there's that the cameraman is like filming them through like a doorway, and they're like, "Get out of here!" And they shut the door in his face. It was kind of a quick moment, but I got a kick out of it. I thought it was a nice touch, actually, because it kind of adds a sense of realism to it. Like, this is what the wrestlers are up to backstage when they're getting ready for a match, and and the cameras may or may not be on them. The sort of adds a sense of realism, which I thought was cool. They replay highlights from Rude versus Lashley 3 for the title, the most recent title match. I think when Lashley won the title with help from the BDC, and that was the night that the BDC kind of formed officially with Samoa Joe and Low Ki joining the faction. And they show the aftermath when, like the last week, the week after that, where Lashley kind of parted ways with the BDC, and they made it look like they were going to part on civil terms, but then they just, beat him up several times, and they were like, the title belongs to us. And then backstage, Austin Aries is asked about what his thoughts are on the main event. And he says he's going to keep a close eye on it. And he's going to go get his work clothes on because he thinks he has the perfect surprise ending for tonight's show. And as he walks off, he holds up his briefcase, which is basically the Money in the Bank briefcase from Feast or Fired, where he can cash in and have a world title match at any time. So that was a cool segment. And then the most annoying faction I've ever seen, I think, comes out, which is the Bromans with DJZ and Angelina Love. I don't know if they're all supposed to be in a faction together, because it's like a tag team, and then DJZ, the annoying guy on the microphone, and Angelina Love, and she's the knockout, and then and they come out for a match, and they take another Ussy with their stupid selfie stick gimmick. And to be very honest, I hate everything about them. They're so annoying. They're needlessly annoying, and in a company that is really pretty good with a nice roster of a variety of wrestlers with pretty decent characters. It's so unfortunate that something so needlessly irritating exists in TNA. But next, they set up for a mixed tag team match with Angelina Love and Robbie E versus Brooke Tessmacher and Chris Melendez, the wounded war veteran with the prosthetic leg. And this match was kind of interesting. There was a lot of tagging in and out and confusion because it was almost like the referee couldn't decide if it was a mixed tag team rules where only the same gender can fight, and if if one person tags in their partner, the other person has to tag in their partner, or intergender rules where men can fight women. And I say that it was confusing because when someone would tag in, he wasn't demanding. He wasn't like demanding that the other side tag in. It was just kind of standing there when a male and a female were in the ring together. But the way they were handling it, there wasn't any actual physical contact happening at that point. Like Robbie E was just kind of like sizing up Brooke, and they didn't actually fight. So it was mostly within mixed tag team rules. But Angelina hits a Samoan drop on Brooke in the ring. Taz called it a fallaway slam, which is a completely different move. I like Taz on commentary, but for some reason that mistake kind of bothered me a little bit. Angelina Love isn't Samoan, but the move is almost exclusively referred to as a Samoan drop. But anyway, I don't know if the referee, I don't know if it was planned this way necessarily, but I guess it might have been intergender rules, because what happened for the finish was Robbie E pinned Brooke Tessmacher after pushing her off the turnbuckle. She climbed the turnbuckle and was probably going for like a drop kick or something against Angelina Love. And Robbie E just pushed her off the turnbuckle, and the referee counted, and that was it. Pretty confusing, and this match sucked in my opinion, so I give it 1.5 stars. It was kind of a low point in the show. Next, backstage, EC3 goes into Rockstar Spud's locker room, and he like corners him with the clippers, and they cut to commercial. Like, oh no, he's gonna shave his head. Again, I don't see how that's scary or anything, but I don't really see the drama in wondering, oh, is the guy going to get his head shaved? Because WWE's done storylines with that to Kurt Angle and Big Show, and they're both still bald to this day. So obviously it was a good look for them. Anderson, Mr. Anderson ends up running in to save Spud's precious hairdo after the commercial. And it looks like they're going to shave EC3's head. But Tyrus comes in and saves him. But Spud did manage to get a little bit of hair. And I'm sure that'll be a plot point on next week's episode. Then another backstage segment happens where Gunner tells Kurt Angle that if MVP wins the title, all hell will break loose. And he says he just can't stand by and let that happen. So he tries to motivate Kurt like Kurt motivated him by slapping him. Pretty sick looking slap. And then Austin Aries comes out in his ring gear with his briefcase, and the crowd starts chanting Aries. He picks up a microphone. He has a microphone and he says, I have a first name, you know. He's like, I have a first name too. And the crowd starts chanting Austin Aries. I thought that was kind of funny. He corrected the crowd. Anyway, he says tonight's a big deal because he says it's always a big deal when the world title is defended. He says lots of people are in the title picture and, clamoring for a spot and for a title shot. And lots of people potentially getting involved in the main event. And he says he doesn't have to be in the top 5 rankings or play politics for a title shot because he's got the briefcase and could cash in tonight after the main event. Samoa Joe comes out to more "you sold out" chants and says that Aries has no chance, basically because the BDC could come out and attack him at any moment. Oddly enough, he used the terminology "trained assassins," like he could snap his fingers and have trained assassins in the ring to beat him up. Like he's gonna snap his fingers and like ninjas are gonna come out of nowhere, dressed in full garb and with samurai swords to cut Austin Aries down or something like that. Kind of ridiculous. But he also says something about how Austin Aries calls himself the greatest man that ever lived, and he says it'd be a shame if you had to change that to the greatest man who ever got his ass kicked all around the arena. Something like that. A pretty good exchange. Aries says Samoa Joe used to be a great solo competitor, but now he's just like MVP's lackey. Samoa Joe basically says he wants to fight. Austin Aries clarifies that with him, and Austin Aries jumps out of the ring and starts brawling with Samoa Joe on the outside. And on commentary, they say that they're going to have a match, and they go to a commercial. A good promo to set up a match, and I really liked the flow of the exchange, kind of the banter back and forth between these two. Good stuff. So then we come back from commercial, and it's Austin Aries versus Samoa Joe. After the break, they come back from commercial, and Aries almost immediately hits a vaulting senton from the apron. Very nice move. And then a sick elbow drop. Gets really nice height on the elbow drop. And so the match is officially underway. We get more of the "you sold out" chants, which I'm so tired of. And the "you sold out" chants were practically unrelenting in this match. It was irritating. Samoa Joe hits the running senton for a 2 count. Aries hits a diving forearm to the outside, kind of like a double axe handle style. He counters the muscle buster and puts Joe in the last chancery. And that's when Kenny King comes out, and he has Austin Aries' briefcase. But Austin Aries ends up winning with the 450 actually, because Kenny King gets up on the apron with the briefcase, distracting Austin Aries. Samoa Joe gets Austin Aries in the rear naked choke. But Aries pushes Samoa Joe into the briefcase, knocking Kenny King to the outside, and then he gets up on the turnbuckle and hits the 450 for the win, actually. So Austin Aries won despite the shenanigans, and of course the BDC come out and beat him down because that's what they do. They're the beatdown clan. They get a table, and Low Key ends up hitting the double foot stomp, which I believe is called the Warrior's Way. The double foot stomp onto the table, but it doesn't break, which was a botch, I think. Pretty sure it wasn't planned that way. So Samoa Joe is just like, fuck this, and he jumps up in the air and does a senton from the mat, which is pretty impressive, that he was able to jump that high. And and he hits him with the senton through the table, and it breaks after the senton. So I don't think it was planned that way. It definitely looked like a botch. But I don't think Austin Aries appreciates that botch too much. Because the table was supposed to break the first time. But pretty good match though. I'd give it 5. I'd give it 3 stars actually. Out of 5, 3 out of 5. Speaking of botch, I just botched my my line on that rating. So then Lashley is backstage and he's asked about the main event, and he gives kind of a typical response of, "Oh well, if MVP wants the title, he'll have to go through me." Very, very standard stuff. He's asked about Kurt Angle, and he says he doesn't need or want his help. And then they show MVP and Eric Young talking about how they put Bobby Roode in the hospital. And MVP is like, who was it that actually put you in the hospital? Because Eric Young is talking about how he's still got this hole of vengeance that hasn't been filled yet. So MVP says, well, who was it that actually put you in the hospital in the first place? And it was, and he says Lashley. So, and that was, of course, stuff that happened last year in storyline. And MVP reminds him that the title match is no disqualifications, apparently. He says that Eric Young can do anything he wants, suggesting that he should help MVP beat Lashley. Ironically, much in the same way that he helped Lashley win the title by attacking Bobby Roode with a steel chair when Lashley was supposed to be aligned with MVP and Kenny King. And the BDC, I guess you could say. And Eric Young kind of walks off just saying, I can do whatever I want. I can do whatever I want. He definitely acts crazy. But kind of an interesting segment. And then they have another commercial break, and after that, the BDC is returning to MVP backstage, and they got Austin Aries' briefcase, and he holds up the briefcase and he says, well, he won't be cashing it in tonight. I love it when a plan comes together. Yeah, the BDC are not the A team, and MVP is not Hannibal. Nice try though. Making that reference. Next, we get a match with Noam Dar and Rampage Brown, who are apparently 2 British boot camp guys that I have no investment in. They start having a match when all of a sudden Bram comes out and kind of makes it interesting. He attacks them both. He lays them both out with the Impaler DDT, and the match is ruled a no contest. Basically, just like a DQ finish. And Bram picks up a mic and he asks Magnus if this looks familiar. Being laid out and Bram standing tall, basically, and he calls him out. Of course, in storyline, Magnus isn't there because he's recovering from the bar fight segment, and he's still got injuries, so he's not able to be there. So instead, Grado comes out, and And right away, when Grado comes out, I immediately started hoping that Bram would just destroy him, because I know they say, oh, he's like a hometown hero or whatever. He's got a cult following or something, and how they were in the UK, so that was, he was sort of another one of those like hometown heroes for the UK crowd. And they keep telling me that, the commentators keep telling me a lot of people like him, but so far I haven't seen it. I mean, I did admit that he was somewhat athletic in that match with Al Snow, where he did the cannonball senton into the corner. But to me, he just seems like a doughy loser. And I could stand corrected. He could prove me wrong. But for now, I don't like the guy so far. I don't think he's really all that impressive. But Bram basically does destroy Grado. They have a short exchange. Bram ends up hitting the Impaler DDT on Grado, and he picks up the microphone, and he tells Magnus he's waiting for him, and then he says, either fight me or find me. I'm not exactly sure which it is. Maybe I thought it was find me because of Bray Wyatt, who Bram kind of looks like. My initial impression of Bram was, okay, he's British, and he kind of looks like Wade Barrett, but he's also got long hair and a big beard like Bray Wyatt, and he kind of acts a little creepy, also like Bray Wyatt. So I initially nicknamed him Bray Barrett, because he's almost like a mix of Bray Wyatt and Wade Barrett. So I guess that could be appropriate. He either said fight me or find me. It might have been fight me, but it reminded me of Bray Wyatt because it sounded like he might have said find me. But either way, the match between the British boot camp guys barely happened. So I don't think it really needs a rating, and I didn't care about it anyway, because they were basically strangers to me. I'm not invested in them yet. Maybe if they have more appearances on TNA, maybe if they get some storylines going, and I can get more familiar with them as wrestlers, and as whatever their character's going to be like. For now, I'm not really invested in them, and I don't really care about them yet. But next, it was time for the TNA World Heavyweight Championship match. MVP versus Lashley. And to absolutely no one's surprise, MVP comes out with the entire BDC. Sort of the point of being a heel. And the referee ends up ejecting Low Ki right before the first commercial break, because Low Ki got involved. I thought it was a no disqualification match. In a no disqualification match, you basically can't throw anyone out because it's a no disqualification match. There's no consequences for it, and you could have as much interference as you want in a no disqualification match. But for some reason in this match, which is supposedly no disqualification, they definitely treated it as if there was the potential for disqualification, because the referee tossed out Low Ki early on. So anyway, MVP starts targeting the left arm of Lashley. And Kenny King and Samoa Joe attack Lashley on the outside while the referee is distracted. Lashley ends up hitting a nice spinebuster on MVP for a 2 count. MVP hits the player's boot in the corner. And he goes for the blackout kick, formerly known as the drive-by kick in WWE. But Lashley counters and he spears MVP, but he also knocks down the referee. And Eric Young runs in and attacks Lashley with a chair, and he sets up the pile driver onto the chair. But before he can do that, Bobby Roode runs in and attacks Eric Young, making sort of a surprise return because he's a badass. Roode's pretty awesome. So Roode and Eric Young fight up the ramp while Lashley and MVP are still fighting in the ring. So basically, it gets rid of the interference from Eric Young, and presumably him and Bobby Roode keep fighting all the way backstage. Lashley hits a running power slam, I guess otherwise known as the Oklahoma Slam, on MVP, and the referee starts to do the slow, like just waking up from taking a bump count, like very slow, like 1, 2, and it was a 2 count. Because it was a 2 count actually because Kenny King pulls the referee out of the ring and hits him. And then Samoa Joe gets in the ring and gets involved. But then Gunner runs in and starts fighting with Samoa Joe and basically takes him away from the match. Same thing. Basically, they start fighting. They fight outside the ring. They start fighting up the ramp, and they fight away from the match until they're no longer a factor in the match. And at this point, I'm kind of thinking to myself, gee, who could possibly come out and do the same thing to Kenny King to stop him from interfering with the finish? Could it be Angle? That was my prediction at that point. MVP hits the overdrive, or the playmaker, and a new referee comes out to make the 2 count. And it turns out I was wrong, though. My prediction was inaccurate because Lashley ends up taking out Kenny King by himself by kind of dropping him onto the ropes. Looked like a pretty sick landing, like into the ropes. And what ends up happening is MVP tries to, like, he takes a chair and he goes like he's going to attack Lashley with the chair, and Drew Galloway comes out and attacks MVP. And he takes the chair and he runs away with it. Lashley hits the spear for the 3 count and retains the title. And like with the Seth Rollins and the Authority in WWE, that whole thing, I kind of feel similarly about this match. I prefer clean one-on-one matches. I prefer that to factions getting involved and interference galore. I get why they do it, why they do the shenanigans from a kayfabe standpoint, and I'm definitely not suggesting that they stop doing them because, like I said, it makes sense with the storyline and the characters involved. But I just personally like seeing clean, crisp matches between great workers, and the occasional hardcore badass match with like tables and shit. But we get that every once in a while in TNA as well. The match was pretty good though. I liked it. So I'll give it 3.5 stars. Despite all the interference and chaos being kind of distracting. I'm interested in seeing where they're going with Drew Galloway, aka Drew McIntyre. I guess FKA, formerly known as. Really just interested in seeing where they're going with that. And maybe he'll have a feud with MVP now. Or somebody from the Beatdown Clan. I don't know. Maybe they'll do more team stuff where the baby faces that got involved in the match and sort of messed with the Beatdown Clan would join up against the Beatdown Clan. Like you could have like Drew Galloway and Gunner and Austin Aries, and Bobby Roode sort of team up to sort of take down the Beatdown Clan. So I don't know where we're going with that, but I don't know where they're going with that. So my overall show rating for TNA Impact this week was 6 out of 10. Some strong matches and a pretty good main event. But there were a few low points that dragged it down a little bit. Kind of dragged it down overall. Still a decent show. And I've decided that after I've finished talking about all the shows for the week, I'll give a weekly rankings recap, basically ranking the shows based on my overall show ratings. So just to run that down real quick. Number 1 this week was Lucha Underground with 8 out of 10. Number 2 was NXT with 7 out of 10. Number 3 was TNA Impact with 6 out of 10. Number 4 was WWE SmackDown with 4 out of 10. And number 5 was WWE Raw with 3 out of 10. So, not an atypical week, honestly, with Lucha Underground being the best show of the week, in my opinion. Raw being the worst. NXT and Impact being up there as well. And then SmackDown just being kind of in the middle. And probably some weeks, some shows will tie each other for overall ratings. So we might have tie spots some weeks, but I figured this way I could run down the shows that week and just give just a quick rundown of my overall ratings and how that amounts to what the best show of the week was, what the worst show of the week was, and how I'd rank everything in the middle. So that is about it for this week in wrestling. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did or if you didn't, feel free to leave me some feedback in the comments down below. And let me know what I should have done better. What you liked, what you didn't like about my analysis, about my opinions, about my angry ranting. And hopefully I will be here next week for another week of wrestling shows to talk about. So that being said, I hope you enjoyed it, and I'm out. Good night.